All right. Alrighty then. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Just getting all of the bells and the whistles and the things connected to make sure that you have a good listening experience here at the Canadian Commie. How are you all doing today? Glad to see each and every one of you. I'm getting started a little bit early today. For those of you who are listening in, what is happening is that I am streaming on YouTube. You can find me at thecanadiancommie.com, where it will redirect you to the YouTube chat, where people will post comments, and I will read those comments and then comment on those comments. Lots of commenting happening on this show. I also read articles, keep you up to date outside of the mainstream bubble of what's going on, and then review things through a Marxist perspective so that we can plant our feet in reality and face this looming apocalypse together. Thank you so much for being here. Oh, and if you would like to donate to that cause, please be sure to visit patreon.com/thecanadiancommie. Thank you so much. And a big shout out to my Patreons, including my recent Patreons. Thank you for supporting me. You are the guys. You are the wind beneath my wings. You are the guys that continuously remind me that we can get to telling the truth. We can make this happen. And hopefully one day, this will be my full-time job, and I will do this on your behalf. And we will continuously fight against the structures that are actively trying to destroy us. Have you noticed how there are all these structures that are actively trying to destroy us? I would prefer to live in a society that was actually attempting to solve its problems. This is something that I will say over and over again. I would much rather live in a society that was even attempting to solve its problems and failing than live in this society that was denying that there were problems in the first place and doing everything they could to cause as much problems as they possibly could. Peanut Butter Beatrice, did you ever know that you're my hero? You're everything I would want to be. I can fly higher than an eagle, 'cause you are the wind beneath my wings. Yeah, you didn't think I could do that, did you? You didn't think I had that in me. Good to see you guys. I've got an image up on the screen right now, and it's a fellow with his hands behind his head, leaning back, staring out into the distance. And the line is, when you're told climate change is a hoax, so you can relax knowing the climate is just getting worse for no reason. I'm actually quite peaceful today. I think peaceful is the word that I would use to describe my mood today. For some reason, I'm just walking around, and I just feel at ease. There's an easiness to the day, and there's an easiness to what's happening in my heart right now. Eggs D, Compton, always good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here today. I know you guys could be literally anywhere else, doing literally anything else, listening to literally anybody else, and you've chosen to be here, and so I appreciate that. I value each and every one of you. Thank you so much. So how about we pivot today to the day's news? I think the big news that we should all be a little bit like, oh, that's slightly alarming. That's slightly interesting. From the insider, the Russian submarine that just showed up off Cuba is one of a new class of subs that has worried the US and NATO for years. This is by Chris Pinella through Yahoo News. One of Russia's most advanced new submarines has pulled up off the coast of Cuba, ahead of planned military exercises in the area. The Kazan, a nuclear-powered cruise missile submarine, is one of a relatively new class of subs that has worried the United States and Western militaries for years because of its stealth and strike capabilities. 3 Russian ships, along with the Kazan, arrived in Cuba Wednesday for a 5-day official visit before a large, simultaneous air and maritime exercise in the Caribbean. The deployment includes the Admiral Gorshkov frigate, which is armed with Zircon hypersonic missiles, another challenge for Western militaries. While U.S. officials have said they're monitoring the vessels and don't anticipate any imminent danger in the region, the Kazan's arrival is notable. U.S. and NATO officials have long expressed worry over the capabilities of the Kazan and other subs like it. Russia's Yasa-class submarines, like the Kazan, are formidable threats within Russia's navy, which has long boasted a rather capable submarine fleet. The Russians began work on the class during the Cold War, and the first sub in the class, the Severodonetsk, was commissioned late in 2013. Around the time the Severodonetsk was commissioned, a Naval Sea Systems Command officer said a symposium that going forward, the United States would be facing tough potential opponents, adding that one only has to look at the Severodonetsk. Am I pronouncing that correctly? Severodvinsk. Severodvinsk. Classic Russian. Let's put a bunch of consonants all in a row. Later submarines featured update designs, designated as part of the Yasin M class. The Kazan was the second sub of the class, but the first of the new upgraded subs. It is noticeably smaller and features a quieter nuclear reactor. The sub's newer, more advanced features make them difficult to track, and they're heavily armed and capable of attacks against land and sea-based targets with little to no warning. These warships can carry Onyx and Caliber cruise missiles, and eventually, the new Zircon missiles. The shift in capability with the emergence of the Yasin M-class submarines suggests a change in use. Per a 2021 Royal United Services Institute analysis, the Kazan's capacity to launch a range of anti-ship and land attack missiles suggests that long-range strike missions appear to be superseding sea lines of communication in direction as a primary task, or interdirection, rather, as a primary task. In 2021, U.S. Air Force General Glenn Van Herk, the head of U.S. Northern Command and North American Aerospace Defense Command, said that the subs are designed to deploy undetected within cruise missile range of our coastlines to threaten critical infrastructure during an escalating crisis. Van Herk, along with other U.S. officials, have said that the Yasin class subs are on par with ours, and repeatedly warned about the increasing presence of these vessels off the U.S. coast. Russia plans to build at least 9 Yasin submarines in total, but there are indications that more could be on the way in the future. Russia's deployment in Cuba serves multiple purposes. It comes before Caribbean air and maritime exercises, the first Russia has held in the area since 2019. It serves to strengthen Russian-Cuban ties and demonstrates a show of force to the U.S. amid the war in the Ukraine. Tensions are particularly high after the United States hesitantly agreed to allow Ukraine to use its long-range weapons to strike targets in Russian territory. U.S. officials have said that the appearance of these vessels in the area is not a direct response to those developments or an escalation, noting that Cuba has hosted Russian ships every year from 2013 to 2020, and the Russian exercises are routine. The vessels in this group, however, are among Russia's most advanced, or carrying newer weapons. In the past, NATO officials have flagged the Yasin-class submarines as one of the big strategic challenges the alliance faces. Yeah, dude, like, the United States does not want to escalate, right? The United States does not want to escalate with Russia. Like, let's do it. Let's pull up the map. For those of you playing at home, we here at the Canadian Commie, we love to look at maps. Maps are so cool and so awesome and so good. For those of you who don't know, Cuba is right off the coast of Florida. Like, if you think about the United States, you think about the little, take the map of the United States, right? You got the little weighing doodle right down on the southern east corner of the United States. That's Florida. Well, just a little bit farther down from that is a stretch of land that's an island called Cuba. There's nuclear submarines from Russia in that water. You think the United States is going to directly go to war with Russia while they have nuclear subs that can just shoot rockets at Miami? Just straight up, just like Miami, gone. Right? If the United States were to directly start a war with Russia directly, like, Miami's gone for sure. They can just go up the coast. Orlando, right? Tampa, right? Just gone. There's no reason for the Russians not to shoot this. Incidentally, right, if they just go up the coast, you know where Washington is? You know, right up there. Right? So, like, the fact that the United States is continuously seeking escalation with the Russians is just the most self-destructive stuff. Right? It just shows you that your leadership is absolutely out of touch and completely detached from reality. Over on Twitch, we've got Fiddleford. Good to see you, Fiddleford. Eric, always a pleasure, my man. Eric is writing, "Good evening. I know that I wrote this yesterday, but you didn't see my comment. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, Eric. I recently watched Hassan Piker's video where he reached to first taught on the Ukraine war. While I watched him, I realized something about the no war crowd, period. They have this mindset that if a country invades another country, it is automatically imperialism. And what broke his brain is that Putin stopped being willing to use international pressure, but direct pressure to stop the Nazis." It is kind of the same that I saw with Kyle Kelensky, where he's all for international pressure to blacklist Israel. However, he never once considered that it might be a good idea to have peacekeeping force to stop the attacks. It's like they have a mental block that if we don't have any other option left to do. Yeah. No, I think that's actually pretty common. Like, what you're bringing up here is a much larger point and something that I think is more or less the truth about what's going on on the left. The leftists have there's a section of the leftists. There's a section of the leftists who have just a hard no-war position, right? This means that they don't actually need to engage in reality, right? That it's a position that I have come to call moral purity. That all war is bad, full stop. And what that means is that they don't actually need to do a historical material analysis. They don't actually need to get involved in looking at the situation. They prevent themselves because to actually break through that moral purity barrier and actually do the work of analyzing the situation and trying to take a historical perspective is actually difficult to do. It's actually work. It actually requires a lot of effort. And it requires a breakdown of the moral purity outlook, right? And the moral purity outlook in this perspective says all war is bad. People who engage in any war at all are imperialists. Full stop. So that means that you don't actually need to do any contextual analysis. You don't need to actually do any historical analysis. You don't need to actually involve yourself in the very serious process of actually finding out, well, why did they actually invade? Why did they actually make the decisions that they did? What did they even say? Are they acting in accordance to what it is they said? Do the events that exist actually do what they do? And so there's a split that exists on the left, and that split is essentially boils down to, are you interested in making your decision and having your decision making rooted in evidence, or are you just interested in moral purity, right? And you're going to find over and over again that moral purity is a position that is anti-evidence, or at least it's just not willing to accept evidence. It's not really willing to hear an evidence-based argument. That if your position is based in moral purity, then you're living in a fantasy world. You're living in a world of imagination, right? Reality is evidence-based. And the trouble with the moral purity argument is that reality tends to come by and obliterate it very quickly. Reality is evidence-based. Reality is a much muckier, difficult place. It's much harder to actually have an evidence-based perspective. But what you'll find is that historically speaking, if you do an evidence-based analysis, you'll likely get things right most of the time. Gabriel, good to see you. Long Defiant, always a pleasure. Joe, good to see you. Woke CIA drone pilot over on Twitch, always a pleasure. Did you see Hassan carrying water for AOC, platforming some Zionist scumbags and claiming the calling for the elimination of Israel is somehow anti-Semitic? Yes, I saw AOC platforming the Zionists. I found that to be quite concerning and pretty much a condemnation, like pretty much confirming everything I've been saying about AOC recently. Basically what I've been saying about AOC and Bernie Sanders and all of these guys, the quote-unquote progressive left that exists in America, to the degree that it exists, is that they're essentially just the Hulk Hogans in the show that is American politics. They're not actually serious, right? They don't actually have serious perspectives. That at the end of the day, at the bottom of the bottom line for all of them is that they all get paid by the same person, and they're all in bed with the same people, right? Sure, they're willing to pretend as though they are these heroes that are trying to do this heroic position, the way that Hulk Hogan pretends to be a hero, right? The way that he comes out and the crowd cheers and he rips out his shirt and he goes, "Oh yeah, brother, I'm here to fight the..." And then Andre the Giant comes out and he's like, I'm here to destroy the Hulk Hogan, right? And like, it's a big show. There's a hero, there's a villain, right? And AOC and Bernie Sanders and the squad are the heroes. And at the end of the day, they all get paid by Vince McMahon, right? They all work for Zionists. They're all Zionists. So they're all neo-Nazis, essentially. And they all sign off on that shit. I am a touch surprised to see Hassan kind of carry water for it. But at the same time, I mean, we've been witnessing Hassan's decline. And his decline is specifically along the lines of wealth. Right? Hassan Piker is losing the thread, and he's losing the thread for exactly the reason one would expect someone to lose the thread. He's rich now, right? He doesn't actually... He's losing his perspective. And it's not happening instantly. It's not happening all at once. And in fact, I actually think if somebody wanted to do a really interesting study on Hassan, they should. Because Hassan's decline is observable, and you can watch it happening. That he still has the capabilities and he still has the theory and the intelligence to fall into a place of evidence-based thinking and historical dialectic, right? He has studied Marxism. In many categories, I think he is much more intelligent than many people, including myself, in the discourse. Absolutely. And moreover, he definitely uses his platform in order to defend... so he goes on Piers Morgan to defend the Palestinians and all of that kind of stuff. But very steadily, very slowly, we're seeing him begin to detach and begin to detach and begin to detach. And it is because he's rich. You can't maintain your perspective while being rich. It's like the classic biblical statement. One cannot serve both God and money. Right? And I use Hassan as a lesson for myself, as an example for myself. Should the universe decide to bestow me with riches, should I become blessed by the forces of reality in the universe, should God bestow upon me riches beyond measure, I know that the best thing for me to do, and the wisest thing for me to do, is to begin giving that money away as fast as possible. Just as fast as I possibly can. Make sure that, I'm okay. I don't want to destabilize myself, obviously. But just give money away. Begin funding movements. Begin funding parties. Begin actually funding revolutionary energy. Begin doing that. To me, that's my biggest criticism of Hassan. And a lot of these guys, frankly, is I don't see them actually pursuing a revolutionary line. Like, I don't really understand how Hassan Piker can call himself a Marxist while simultaneously vote blue no matter who, right? Like it shows you that ultimately he's more interested in building a business than he's interested in building a movement. That if I had the wealth that Hassan had, right? He purchased a $2 million home in Beverly Hills, right? If I had that money, I'd be funding revolutionary movements. That's what I would be doing. And I would be funding people who are explicitly revolutionary in their outlook and explicitly anti-capitalist in their outlook. Instead, he's just carrying water for the Democrats, right? Incremental reformism, right? That strong Marxist position of incremental reformism. Yeah, we're all familiar when Marx said, just try to get incremental reform, right? Marx didn't say something like seize the means of production. So that's my big criticism of Hassan. I think that he is intelligent. I think that he is smart. I think that he knows his stuff. I wouldn't really want to challenge him in regards to a debate. I think that he's very intelligent. I just think he's losing his perspective and he cares more about a business than he does about a movement. XD writes in regards to the story I just read, I don't know, John, the ruling class might be insane enough. Yeah, we'll see. Long Defiant writes, Hunt for Red October was one of my favorite books as a young teen. Now I know it was just propaganda. Sad. Understanding the world ruins everything. Yeah. Right? It's another big reason why I don't really go for fiction anymore. Because it's just like, so often you take a look at the actual facts of the situation and you're like, that's just not what happened. Right? It's like, that Queen, docudrama came out. They did, a Queen docudrama, right? And when it came out, one of the major criticisms of it was, they just didn't get the facts right. And the second I saw that, I was just like, oh, they didn't get the facts right? Then why should I care? I don't give a fuck about your dumbass movie, right? It's not a docudrama then. It's just a work of fiction about a group of people who are based off of the band Queen, right? So I just have no patience left in my heart at all. If you're going to tell a story, at least get your facts straight. And they rarely do, right? Because if you actually told the story with the facts straight, it'd be like, ooh, this doesn't make this group look that good. Right? That's the whole reason you make a documentary, right? Long Defiant writes, the ruling classes will date anything if they think it'll end up on top and preserve their hierarchical, will dare anything if they think it'll end up on top and preserve their hierarchical privileges. Yeah. Long Defiant writes, I'm a pro-gun leftist, I think in terms of community rights, though, not individual rights. Yeah, I'm actually pro-gun. I don't think that the state should disarm us. Santora, good to see you. Transylvanian, good to see you. Transylvanian writes, I am not surprised. He's always been an AOC stan. He's always been willing to give the progressive Democrats an unlimited amount of passes. I mean, when the progressive movement in the Democratic Party first showed up, I was like, interesting. Let's see where this goes. And it just went back, and all roads lead back to Zionism, right? Sorry, if you're willing to stand up and be like, these Nazis are great. In what way are you progressive? In what way are you a leftist? In what way are you actually interested in moving anything forward? Right? Standing up and saying the United States should have health care is not a crazy, wacky, far-right, far-left position. Right? It's not a crazy, far-left thing to say everybody should have healthcare, right? That here in Canada, you know what that is? That makes you a moderate conservative, right? Across Europe, you know what that makes you? A moderate conservative. It doesn't make you a wacky leftist to say these things. It's just that the Overton window has shifted so dramatically to the right that when right-wingers stand up and say, hey, maybe people should have access to healthcare. Maybe we shouldn't spend so much money on healthcare. Maybe we should follow the rest of the world and see these other systems that exist. Maybe we should make our decisions based on evidence, right? So the loony left. Oh, it's those loony leftists. A big reason why I stopped paying attention to corporate media in the United States is that they were referring to these Democrats, these right-wing Democrats, as leftists. And you listen to Joe Rogan, and he's like, yeah, the left. Who is this left you're talking about? What left? Who's a leftist in American politics? Saying people should have access to healthcare and saying that we should erect systems that are cheaper for the public is not a leftist position. That's a conservative position. So it's just gotten so demented. Demented is the word to use, right? And detached. But I mean, Americans don't really know what's going on, which is why you're tuning in here, because you're trying to find somebody who's willing to actually say to you, hey, you realize that, like, reality actually exists, right? And that at some point we are going to have to contend with it. Yeah, part of the Dog and Pony Show, he criticizes AOC, then continues to support her regardless, right? Content writes, John, to be fair, if you funded revolutionary movements with Hassan's level of money, you will be arrested, you will get got, just to be fair. But I don't mean, like, revolutionary in regards to, like, let's throw firebombs into people, right? Like, there are other positions that you can take that would be sharply revolutionary. There's other people that you could support. Like, if I don't understand why we should tolerate anyone claiming to be a leftist who's actively funding the Democratic Party. Like, at this point, we should actually be, like, Hassan should be promoting and funding and operating with socialists. Like, there's a socialist party, right? Like, he should be funding and organizing with people outside of that system. People who are explicitly saying the system of capital is flawed and needs to be overthrown, right? There are other positions and other places that he could go and that he could send his wealth and money, right? But he doesn't. He just funnels it into the dead end Dog and Pony Show of the Democratic Party. Which is a complete and total dead end. Like, if the Democrats took over super majorities of the of the Congress, the Senate, and the White House, and AOC was the president, you know what would happen? Nothing. Exactly what happened under Obama. Fucking nothing. 0% of anything. Right? Like, when Obama had super majorities in the Senate and the Congress, and he had the presidency, you know what happened for 2 years? He went and held little meetings with the Republicans that he televised. Like, the Democratic Party is not a serious political party, and that should be obvious to anyone. And so for Hassan Piker to continuously support the Democrats and continuously support a progressive movement in the Democrats, like, he's either just stupid, right, which I don't believe he is, or he just understands where his money is, and he understands how he has power and wealth, right? Like, he understands, oh, I could just make a lot of money by funneling people into this dead-end pursuit that is the Democratic Party, right? Like Vosh, like Destiny, right? Just funnel people into the dead end that is the Democratic Party. And then when they get supermajorities, they do nothing and nothing happens. Why? Because they're not interested in doing anything. Why? Because the system as it stands right now is exactly what the corporate power structure wants. They're not interested in getting taxed. They're not interested in receiving any of that kind of stuff. John, the top 3 members of USM and APSP was arrested for less than Hassan's money. So I don't actually know what these organizations are, Compton. But I mean, like, yeah, there's also this element of, like, it's a fascist state, right? It's just a fascist state, right? There just comes that point. And if you're going to operate within a fascist state, then you've got to basically kowtow and bend the knee to fascists, right? But this is all you guys are doing is kind of throwing gasoline on the fire that I've been saying, right? Like, Hassan's sold out, right? He wants to be with the Democrats. He's with the Democrats. At what point do you say, okay, like, it's over? Like, it's not a small incremental reformism thing if the party that you're supporting isn't even going to do the small incremental reformism. If you look at what's happened to the African People's Socialist Party and the Uru Solidarity Movement, oh yeah, look, the white supremacist power structure going after black people. I've never seen that before in my life. Yeah, you're not going to make a Nazi party less Nazi by joining them. They just make you more Nazi. Same with the Democrats. They'll just corrupt you and turn you into one of them. Yeah. Yeah, literally an actual political party and movement based on anti-colonialism and reparations and community building. But mainly black people, right? Like, it's just one of these things where, like, America is a widely fascist society. like widely fascist, But, like, Hassan could be reporting on this. Hassan could be talking about this, right? Why doesn't he? Because he knows who butters his bread. That's why. Woke CIA drone pilot over on Twitch. There's a fairly decent video on that DNC pack paying Vosh and Destiny doing the rounds by Kilo the Giant on YouTube. Seeing the cognitive dissonance on streamers when facing the idea that their parasocial idols are taking dark money is fun. Oh yeah, I've always found that to be kind of odd. Like, when YouTube first started, there was kind of this idea that, like, oh, anybody can do anything, and there's this we're all independents, and, like, the cream of the crop will rise to the top. And it's like, almost immediately, I'm like, yeah, the government's going to pay people to do this, right? They're going to pay people in order to pretend to be independents and to be independent journalists, when in fact they're taking what we call dark money, but it's just like they'll tell you that they're taking the money. Like, that's what's so funny about those guys. Like, they're part of the Democratic Party apparatus. It's not a secret, right? It's just for some reason people still have this opinion that the Democratic Party is a credible institution that should be paid attention to, and that you can somehow work with them while simultaneously maintaining your credibility, and you just can't. You just can't, right? Like, we have to be working outside of the systems. We have to be working outside of this, and nobody's saying that it's going to be easy. Right? Nobody's sitting here being like, yeah, that'll just happen. We'll just do that. We'll just support a socialist, and the socialist will become the president, and that will just happen. Like, nobody's saying that that's actually true. But, like, if you want to maintain your soul, if you want to maintain your credibility as an intellectual and as a thinker, right? That's what must be done. And Long Defiance kind of nailing it. You don't work outside the system. You create your own alternative system, which is essentially what's going to start happening, right? And that's going to happen just by the force of what's coming, right? That, like, it is a policy of extraction and abandonment. It is a policy of mass extraction followed by a policy of mass abandonment. We've seen this happen over and over and over and over again throughout the neoliberal period. It's just the abandonment hasn't happened on a state level, right? It hasn't happened in the fullest form. It just happens to, like, towns or, like, sections of cities, or it happens to an individual city. But, like, it is a policy of extraction and abandonment, and eventually they're just going to pull the switch and just say, okay, no more money to be made in America, and they're just going to all go off to Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island, and they're all going to abandon us, and that's how this is going to go. Right? Like, it's how it's going to go. And when that happens, the only alternative that we're going to have is to build alternative models. Because we're going to have to. Because the models that exist are not even going to try to pretend to be working for us anymore. They're not even going to, like, the people who work within those models will literally just say to you when you walk in the front door, we've got nothing for you, get out of here. Like, that is what's coming for huge, hundreds of millions of people. That is what's coming for Americans. And Americans are going to be left penniless, poor, with nowhere to turn to, nowhere to go. And the only interaction they'll have with systems of capital at all will be just decrepit vultures saying, hey, we'll put a factory in here if you're willing to work for $1 a day. Like, that's what's coming for America. And how do I know that? The capitalists tell you so. They're as upfront about it as they possibly could be. Like, just actually listen to Republicans and conservatives. Just listen to them. Their whole policy is extract as much wealth from you as possible and then throw you overboard. Right? They might say it in a bit more flowery language. They might say it in, like, a more long-form way. They might try to justify that position by pretending like somehow it's going to increase prosperity, even though it never has. Right? But their policy is, you go to work for nothing. I'm going to extract as much wealth from you as possible. And the moment you're no longer profitable, I'll abandon you. Go die. Yeah, providing sustainable housing could be the greatest recruitment method ever. Sure, there's all kinds of things that they could do. There's all kinds of things that they could actually do. Like, this is how you know the system has gone psychopathic. Like, this is how you know everything is completely disconnected. This is how you know that everything is just utterly decrepit. Is that there's so many things that they could do, and they're just not doing it. Why? Because it doesn't make more money for them. Period. Full stop. So they're not interested in social stability. They're not interested in the idea of America. They're not interested in the idea of Canada. They're not interested in the idea of Europe. They're not interested in the idea of France. They're not interested in the idea of the UK. They're not interested in any of that. Those ideas are old and decrepit and are going to die, right? They're just not going to exist anymore as concepts in the future. No one's going to give a shit about the idea of the United States. It's just not a real thing that's going to exist moving forward. And the wealthy elite amongst us, the wealthy rich people amongst us, have already abandoned that concept. They don't operate on that level, and they're not interested in operating on that level, nor will they ever return to operating on that level. They'll do everything they can to, and eventually they'll just formally declare it to be so. Where Elon Musk will just say, I own this place. I don't give a fuck what you say. Come over here and try to tell me not to do it. And if you try to, he'll just have a private military that will just destroy you. And so it'll be like, oh, okay, well, that idea's over, right? The concept of America is dead, and the corporate power structure is doing everything it can to make it so. It just hasn't been formalized yet. You just when you go to Google Maps, the idea of America is still there. The lines are still on the map, right? But eventually we'll all just look at that and be like, yeah, right. That's not serious. It's not a real thing. Like, it'll become really obvious once the transition from public police forces into private police forces becomes serious, right? Like, once that transition is completed, where we have actually officially defunded all public services under this libertarian mindset so thoroughly that all of the police forces are actually privately held. Like, but the populace is so far behind on this idea and doesn't actually take that obvious, overt, very clear threat seriously that it'll absolutely just zombie walk right into it. Right? Long Defiant writes, why can't leftists have their own private police force? Sure they could. Like, there could be leftist militias. Absolutely. But now you're running afoul of the quote-unquote moral purity argument, right? We'll defeat them with our ideas. Good speech beats bad speech, right? All we got to do is talk it out, right? You know, it's all very leftist. It's all very lefty. Like, oh, if you actually had, like, oh, you're a leftist and you like guns? Pfft, you're just a Republican gun nut cosplaying. Right? Like, all of this shit's coming. Like, and it's not gonna slow down, right? Just because we ask it nicely to. Like, the power structure is psychopathic. It's detached from reality. They're not going to spend even a penny doing the most rational possible things, right? Like, and you can tell how irrational and psychotic these guys are. Like, if they built basic infrastructure, it would save them money, right? Like, if they built rail systems that, like, exist in China, it would save them money, right? That's all. Well, I mean, Long Defiance says, I'm not revolutionary and I'm not reformist. Well, at this point, believing that communities should be stable is a revolutionary sentiment, right? Just saying out loud that you think everybody should have food and shelter is a revolutionary sentiment. Because the power structure is doing everything it can to destroy the society. Like, rent in the city of Toronto is $2,300 a month for a one-bedroom. In the city of Vancouver, it's $2,600 a month. Like, they're destroying this place. And they're doing it on purpose, and they know they're doing it. Because at this point, it's about extraction. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. And they're just going to keep... If they got to bring in 500 billion people into the city of Toronto in order to destroy it so thoroughly to extract as much wealth as they possibly can, they'll do it. Like, there's no bottom to this. Like, there's absolutely no bottom to this. And and so that's why it's so important for us to actually get to know our neighbors and actually get to know the people who live around us and actually organize with those people, because that's all you're going to have. That's all you're going to have. You're not going to have anybody to appeal to, right? And the people who are supposed to be there for you to appeal to will be so overwhelmed. There'll be like one guy who has a jurisdiction of 500 million people, so there's just no way anybody's voice can be listened to. But then on top of that, like, he's just going to basically be a surrogate for power, right? It's like saying, let's go to New Brunswick and then like lobby the government to get something done. It's like, there's no government in New Brunswick. It's the Irvings. The Irvings own the place. The Irvings fund all parties in New Brunswick. If you are in power in New Brunswick, it's because the Irvings have permitted it, right? And that you work for the Irvings. And so when you walk up and try to lobby your government, the government says, man, nice idea, but the Irvings said no. And that's essentially what's coming for us. Yeah, I think that's it, Long Defiant. We need to bypass capitalism and create our own systems. Yeah, but that's exactly right. Like, that's exactly right. We need to detach from the system of capital as much as possible. We need to stop participating in it as much as possible. But there's still like a lot of energy towards the idea that we can vote our way out of this, right? There's still a huge section of the masses and a huge section of the populace that think that, like, oh, we'll just vote for Polyev and then maybe it'll suck, but then we'll vote for somebody else 4 years from now. It's just self-deception at this point. It's just total self-deception. And nothing is going to be more convincing than the system of capital itself. Because it's just beginning. Like, it's just beginning. Right? The rent in the housing market being out of control, it's just beginning. Right? Soon it'll be... and the food prices going out of control, it's just the beginning. Right? Wait until this all reaches its natural conclusion. Wait until millions of people are being thrown out into the streets. And while there are millions of empty houses. Like, this is what the capitalist class is going to do, and they've shown that they're not capable of being rational any longer. I mean, from the National Post, right? Here's an article from the National Post. For those of you who are unaware, the National Post is an extreme far-right corporate-held newspaper. So this is what the fascists think. Millions of Canadians would rather be somewhere else. 1/3 of British Columbians told a poll they'd leave if they could, and Canadian migration to the United States is reaching new highs. Barely a decade after British Columbia was emblazoning its license plates with the slogan "Best Place on Earth," a new poll finds that 1/3 of the province doesn't want to live there anymore. And British Columbians are not alone. Among the many bad economic indicators plaguing Canada right now, one of the more prescient is that millions of Canadians would rather be somewhere else. An Angus Reid Institute survey of British Columbians released on Monday found 36% agreed with the sentiment. I'm seriously thinking of leaving British Columbia because of the cost of housing here. Similar polls have emerged from Canada's major urban centres. In April, a Ledger poll commissioned by Post Media found that more than half, 54% of Metro Vancouver residents have considered moving out of the region, with 24% very or somewhat likely to leave within the next 5 years. Oh, sorry guys, 1 second. Okay, never mind. My little dog is walking around, and he's quite blind, and sometimes he just likes to walk into the cords. He just likes to walk into things. He just walked into the fan and knocked it over, so... Hey, Milo, why don't you lie down, eh? Why don't you lie down? That's a good boy. I know, you just had peanut butter, so you're so excited. I know, peanut butter is so exciting. Sorry about that, everybody. When these numbers are applied against the Metro Vancouver population, that's equivalent to 1.5 million residents of the Lower Mainland who would prefer not to be there. Last year, a report by the Ontario Real Estate Association found that more than 40% of the recent post-secondary graduates were thinking of leaving the province due to affordability concerns. As far back as 2018, another Angus Reid Institute survey found that 58% of renters in the Greater Toronto Area would consider leaving if they could. The cited reason at the time was high shelter costs, which have increased dramatically in the 6 years since the study was conducted. The average Toronto renter was paying $1,370 per month in 2018, according to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. As of the latest count, that has risen to $1,830. These sentiments appear to be playing out in real time, as Canadian migration to the United States reaches new highs. I know if you're migrating to the United States, you're really desperate. New figures from the U.S. Census Bureau found that 126,340 moved to the United States from Canada in 2022. It's a huge spike over any of the past 10 years, and a nearly 70% increase from the 78,000 who made the move in 2019, the last full year before the COVID-19 pandemic. About 50,000 of this exodus were Canada-born, while the rest being a mixture of American expats returning home and Canadian immigrants pulling up stakes for greener pastures. Even though Canada's rate of immigration remains at all-time highs, it corresponds with a notable increase in disappointing newcomers who immediately start making plans to leave. In March, a survey of recent immigrants by the Institute for Canadian Citizenship found that as many as 1/5 of respondents wanted to leave. Among recent immigrants under the age of 34, 30% said that they were likely to leave in the next 2 years. As with one British Columbian who wanted to leave, the chief issue scaring away new immigrants is affordability. The post-COVID years have seen a wave of interviews in Canadian media, with recent immigrants expressing their shock at how expensive it is to survive in their new home. Oleksiy Martinenko, a refugee from the war in Ukraine, told Bloomberg in November that he needed to work 7 days a week just to afford basic and shelter. "I'm tired all the time now. I want to go back to Europe because it's such a difficult life in Canada," he said. In February, a feature by the BBC noted the phenomenon of the Indian state of Punjab receiving a return tide of one-time migrants to Canada. "Everything was so expensive. I had to work 50 hours every week after college just to survive," was how one 28-year-old Punjabi described his life in Toronto. He was one of a dozen reverse migrants who told the broadcaster that the Canada craze was over. Amid high numbers of Canadians wanting to live somewhere else, they also don't seem tremendously pleased with where they're working. In March, a report by the recruitment multinational Hayes found that 71% of Canadian workers wanted to leave their jobs within the next 12 months, as compared to 61% who had said the same the year before. This is extraction and abandonment. That's what we're looking at. Right? That's what this is. That's what this is. They want to extract, they want to bring in as many immigrants as they possibly can to destroy the economy and then extract as much wealth as they possibly can. And they don't care what happens to these people, and they don't care what happens to us. Eric writes, "John, are you willing to read a UN article where they debunk so many Zionist claims, which are being debunked in regards to October, and often the crimes the Zionists accuse Hamas of doing, it was them who did it?" I mean, not really. We know. I'm glad to see the UN is doing that work, but, Zionists are fraudulent, lying Nazis. Why would anyone, under any circumstances, believe anything they have to say? I mean, put it in the Discord, Eric. Put it in the Discord. Peanut Butter Beatrice, that's funny considering how more and more Americans seem to be looking for an escape abroad as things continue to spiral downward here. Yeah. Everybody is looking for an escape. Everyone just wants everyone just wants an escape hatch, right? Sable Wolf over on Twitch, good to see you. What did you used to think of communism when you weren't one? What a good question, actually. Truth be told, I wasn't really ever confronted with it in any kind of serious way. I just never really formed an opinion, if you understand me. I think the first line of the death cult is to simply make sure people don't know about it. That's the first line. That that when you're a kid, like when you're younger, you don't really view what's coming out of the media as like communist or communism, right? Like they're just Russians, right? Everything's just presented like KGB, Russian. There's not really like maybe every so often someone would be like, those commies. But like, it's not really serious. Like, when I was growing up, it was made very clear to me that Nazis are bad, right? It's very obvious to me that Nazis are bad, right? You can just kill a Nazi in the media, right? If a Nazi walks on stage left, anyone on that stage can pick up any weapon and murder that Nazi, and we all go, good. And that's obvious. Pretty clear that the relationship between the communists and the Americans was a bit more complex, right? Little bit different. So, and of course, I come around like through the 80s, right? Through the neoliberal period, the collapse of the Soviet Union. But like, again, there isn't really anything there for me to formulate a sincere and serious opinion. I mainly just didn't know what was going on. I will say this, that I would always get into conversations with people about the problems that we were all looking at and what we were facing, and I would come forward with solutions, and I would get called a communist. And I would people would be like, oh, well, communism, and that leads to the collapse. But I just didn't really know how to respond or anything about it, and so I was just sort of shamed into silence, right? Whereas now I would just be like, yeah, you just don't know anything about communism. You're just listening to these, like, obvious frauds who are interested in your total self-destruction. Like, the CIA and the FBI and all these organizations are Nazi organizations that are completely interested in destroying you. I don't know why anyone would tolerate them or listen to them or have any, believe a word they have to say. And that's really obvious now, right? That's really, like, to me, that was extremely obvious post 9/11, like, post the invasion of Iraq. Like, these guys are insane, right? So I don't know why we should actually listen to anything they have to say. And so I guess the word that I would use to describe my sort of pre-adoption of communism was benign. I just didn't really have a formalized opinion. Yeah, that's right, woke CIA drone pilot, right? The CIA are woke intersectional commies, exactly. Yeah, like, Hitler was obviously a bad person, right? Again, you could, like literally anybody could kill any Nazi at any time, and we were all supposed to be like, hooray. Like, Bugs Bunny straight up, like, Daffy Duck would straight up beat the shit out of Hitler, right? You just didn't see that same thing about Stalin, right? There's always just, like, these sideways references in regards to Stalin, but it was never anything, like, serious. You know what I mean? Like, it just never stuck. And I think it never stuck because it was, like, even as a kid, I was just like, that doesn't sound serious. And it's just not serious. And the moment you start, and the big reason why I feel like that's the case is that they don't actually have a case. Like, they don't actually have a position that's accurate. And so they just don't want to talk about it. They're willing to be like, oh, by the way, Stalin was a bad guy, and then move on, right? But if you actually put your hand up and go, why was Stalin a bad guy? And they start telling you why, and then you, like, start asking them questions, and their whole case just falls apart right in front of your eyes. Because at the end of the day, like, Stalin is nowhere even remotely close to Hitler, right? Like, Stalin isn't even worse than someone like George W. Bush, if you ask me, right? I think that Stalin is better than Obama, Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump, the first George Bush, George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld. Like, pick a leader of America in the last 40 years, and Stalin's better than them, for sure. Did Stalin do some shit? Sure. Right? Was it anything even remotely close to anything that these psychopaths have done? No, not even remotely close. And when you look at the stuff that is considered nefarious here in the United States, you realize that, like, oh, it's only really considered nefarious because you omit huge sections of the narrative and, like, refuse to actually acknowledge the seriousness of the situation that was actually happening in the Soviet Union. So, like, one of the big kind of insane, like, and this talking point that you're somewhat bringing up is sort of just insane. Like, we're supposed to take it seriously that, oh, it's National Socialists, so they're leftists, right? That's a left-wing position. It's like the biggest joke ever. Like, the system of capital is actually discrediting itself, and it's discrediting itself at, like, a rapid pace, where it's clear that the quote-unquote intellectuals that are within it are just lunatic losers who have nothing interesting to say, that they're just propagandists, and they can't uphold to scrutiny whatsoever. Like, for God's sakes, I've got something right here with Charlie Kirk, right? Top Trump advocate Charlie Kirk endorses the Project 2025 plan to round up Latinos in mass detention camps. Get immigrants out of my country. Adios. I want my culture back. Charlie Kirk responds to this, full endorse, and 62% of Americans agree with me. Like, these people are lunatics. Like, they're Nazi-level threats for sure. And, like, it's just not a serious position that they hold, right? To try to constantly bang on about this, socialism's in the name. Yeah, because genocidal maniacs who literally round up communists and Jews in concentration camps are not capable of lying. They don't understand how branding works, right? It's just so baby-brained, like, it's so childish. And it shows you that the leaders of this Nazi movement that exists throughout America are actually children. Like, they have a childish outlook. They're deeply unserious people. No, I think that the subject of immigration, so Sable Wolf writes, you just complained about the nonstop intake of Canada boosting Canada's housing prices and inflation, but you think America should just open the border and take in dozens of migrants without regulations. So the question of immigration is a difficult one, for sure. There's a lot of conversation to be had, but like, and there's a rational way to do it and an irrational way to do it. And let's be really clear about why leftists, I think, are very touch and go when it comes to the subject of immigration. And it's because the right often scapegoats immigrants, right? That they will avoid talking about serious issues by simply scapegoating immigrants. And so the left gets very touch and go on the subject of immigration. They don't really want to engage in the conversation seriously. But as a Marxist, I use evidence in my decision making. And if you only have 50,000 houses and you up immigration so 1 million people show up, it's going to cause a problem, right? It's just true. But it's not the immigrants' fault, right? It's not the immigrants' fault that that's the case. It's the system of capital that's at fault. And it's the people who are the beneficiaries of the outcome that are at fault, right? That's the difference. That's the key crucial difference in the conversation, is that the right wants to scapegoat the immigrant, whereas the left wants to say, well, it's the capitalists that are making these decisions. We should know why they're making these decisions. We should understand the basics of why these decisions are being made, how they are benefiting from those decisions, and we should condemn them. Because obviously what they're doing is using poor, disenfranchised immigrants as pawns and tools in a system of capital. And then when things go tits up for them and the populace blows up in rage and anger at the policies that they're doing, they just turn around and scapegoat the immigrants, right? So we don't need to fall for that on the left. We can say, yeah, if you have 50,000 houses and you bring in 1 million people, it's going to cause a bunch of economic problems and it's going to cause a bunch of strife. So that's why we should remove capitalists from power and not allow capitalists to make decisions. That, like, capitalism is creating problems for us, very clearly creating problems for us. But Sable Wolf writes that's just the market. Like, the market is owned by capitalists. Pro-capitalist simps will often just say, like, hand wave away all problems by saying it's the market. The market is owned by the system of capital. The market is controlled by capitalists. They're not just like they want you to act like the market is just a chaotic system, right? They want you to operate that way, but that's not how they operate. They're not interested in that, right? They own and control the market. And they're going to continue to own and control the market. So this idea that the problems that we're facing is just like a wizard waved a wand, it's just completely detached from what's actually going on. That the capitalists own the market. They are bringing in a whole bunch of immigrants as fast as possible to shore up the birth rate, first of all, but also to drive wages down, to raise rent, to raise housing prices, so that they can do what? Extract as much wealth as they possibly can from the society before they abandon it. That's the bottom line on all of this, right? The bottom line on all of this is that they are extracting wealth from us as fast as they possibly can, so that when the whole thing blows up, they can just turn around and abandon us, and they will be over the moon if what you do after they implode the economy and then walk away from it is say, this is those dirty immigrants. They'll be over the moon about that. They'll be so happy that you're not coming for them, but you're coming for these immigrants. Like, just absolutely kind of shocking to see happen in real time. But capitalist parties don't want immigrants. Of course they want immigrants. No, capitalists absolutely. Oh, you when you say capitalist parties, you mean Republicans, right? Like, you mean the Democrats and Republicans. Like, so you're saying that they want to purposely cause these issues? Yes. Like, I don't know why that's a surprise. I don't know why that's even a controversial position. Yes, right-wing people want to cause problems. Like, yes, the game is extract as much wealth from the populace as possible. That's the game, right? Plant your feet on it. Bank on it. Get it in your head. For the last 50, 60, 70, 100 years, all the capitalist class has ever been interested in is, how do I get money for myself? How do I extract as much money as possible from this society as fast as possible? That's all they've ever done. They've written articles about it. They argue in favor of it. They are absolutely doing it while causing as much problems as they possibly can. And they're not sitting there going, I'm going to cause a bunch of problems, They're going, oh, if I bring in a whole bunch of people, it'll drop wages, raise housing prices, which means that I make a whole bunch of money in the housing market as well. And any problems that creates, I don't have to deal with. Right? Like, they don't care about the problems that they create. Like, they're not actively seeking to create problems. They just know that by creating problems, they can make a lot of money. And they don't care about the problems that they create. They externalize that. So, like, and if we're going to have a serious conversation about immigration, then the first place we should start is who's in power, who's in control, who's actually running the show. It's not us. It's not the electorate. It's not the voters. Right? Certainly not the socialists, certainly not the communists, not the trade unions. Who's actually running this place? And the answer is capitalists. It's a dictatorship of capital. And by saying, oh, it's just the free market, you're just letting these guys off the hook in a massive, enormous, like, overwhelming way, in an overwhelming sense. Like, these guys are absolutely on the hook. Absolutely on the hook. That they are creating problems because they know it will make money for them. And that's all they care about. They don't care about you, right? They care about their money. And that's it. Eric writes, you missed my comment, but I stated that I already put the article in the article section. You got it, my man. Eric's one of my longtime contributors and articles, and he seems insistent that we take a look at this, so let's take a look at it. From the United Nations Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner. Israeli authorities, Palestinian armed groups are responsible for war crimes, other grave violations of international law. UN inquiry finds. Israeli authorities are responsible for war crimes and crimes against humanity committed during the military operations and attacks in Gaza since the 7th of October, 2023. The UN Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory, including East Jerusalem and Israel, said in a report today. The commission also found that the Palestinian armed groups are responsible for war crimes committed in Israel. The Commission's report, the UN's first in-depth investigation in the events that took place on and since the 7th of October 2023, is based on interviews with victims and witnesses conducted remotely and during a mission to Turkey and Egypt. Thousands of open-sourced items verified throughout advanced forensic analysis, hundreds of submissions, satellite imagery, and forensic medical reports. Israel obstructed the Commission's investigation and prevented its access to Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory. It is imperative that all those who have committed crimes be held accountable, said Navi Pillay, chair of the Commission. The only way to stop the recurring cycle of violence, including aggression and retribution by both sides, is to ensure strict adherence to international law. Israel must immediately stop its military operations and attack in Gaza, including the assault on Rafah, which has cost the lives of hundreds of civilians and again displaced hundreds of thousands of people to unsafe locations without basic services and humanitarian assistance, Pillay said. Hamas and Palestinian armed groups must immediately cease rocket attacks and release all hostages. The taking of hostages constitutes a war crime. In relation to Israeli military operations and attacks in Gaza, the Commission found that Israeli authorities are responsible for the war crimes or starvation as a method of warfare, murder, or willful killing, intentionally direct attacks against civilians and civilian objects, forcible transfer, sexual violence, torture and inhuman or cruel treatment, arbitrary detention, and outages upon personal dignity. 1 second, guys. My dog's having a bit of a crisis. Just 1 second. Sorry. You okay, buddy? You okay? Good boy. Israel will be fine. I don't think so, dude. I think Israel's in a major crisis. You've got the northern section of Israel, Galilee, already saying that they're going to secede from Israel. Netanyahu is facing a major internal crisis. I don't think they actually have a way out of this, right? The Commission found the crimes against humanity of extermination, gender persecution targeting Palestinian men and boys, murder, forcible transfer and torture, and inhuman and cruel treatment were also committed. Eggs D. This article sounds about white. The immense number of civilian casualties in Gaza and widespread destruction of civilian objects and infrastructure were the inevitable result of a strategic undertaken with the intent to cause maximum damage, disregarding the principles of distinction, proportionality, and adequate precautions. The intentional use of heavy weapons with large destructive capacity in densely populated areas constitutes an intentional and direct attack on the civilian population. The report found that statements made by Israeli officials, including those reflecting the policy of inflicting widespread destruction and killing large number of civilians, amounted to incitement and may constitute other serious international crimes. Direct and public incitement to genocide is a crime under international law wherever perpetrated, even by persons with no direct authority for the conduct of the hostilities. Incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence is a serious violation of international human rights laws and may amount to an international crime. Although Israel issued hundreds of evacuation orders to people in northern Gaza and other locations, the Commission found that they were at times insufficient, unclear, and conflicting, and did not provide adequate time for safe evacuations. Furthermore, the evacuation routes and the areas designated as safe were consistently attacked by Israeli forces. All of this, the Commission determined, amounted to forcible transfer. The Commission determined that Israel's imposed a total siege, which amounts to collective punishment against the civilian population. Israeli authorities have weaponized the siege and used the provision of life-sustaining necessities, including by severing water, food, electricity, fuel, and humanitarian assistance, for strategic and political gain. The siege has disproportionately impacted pregnant women and persons with disabilities, with serious harm inflicted on children, leading to preventable child deaths from starvation, including newborns. The report found that specific forms of sexual and gender-based violence constitute parts of Israeli security forces' operating procedures. It made the finding due to the frequency, prevalence, and severity of the violations, which include public stripping and nudity intended to humiliate the community at large and accentuate the subordination of an occupied people. In the West Bank, the Commission found that Israeli forces committed acts of sexual violence, torture, and inhuman or cruel treatment and outrages upon personal dignity, all of which are war crimes. Furthermore, the Commission found that the government of Israel and Israeli forces permitted, fostered, and instigated a campaign of settler violence against Palestinian communities in the West Bank. In relation to the attack on the 7th of October in Israel, the report found that the military wing of Hamas and 6 other Palestinian armed groups are responsible for the war crimes of intentionally directing attacks against civilians, murder or willful killing, torture, inhuman or cruel treatment, destroying or seizing the property of an adversary, outrages upon personal dignity, and taking hostages, including children. The indiscriminate firing of thousands of projectiles towards Israeli towns and cities, resulting in death and injury of civilians, are also violations of international humanitarian and human rights law. Members of Palestinian armed groups, in some instances aided by Palestinians in civilian clothing, deliberately killed, injured, tortured, took hostages, including children, and committed sexual and gender-based violence against civilians and against members of the Israeli security forces, some of who were hors de combat and should not have been targeted. The Commission identified patterns indicative of sexual violence and concluded that these were not isolated incidents, but perpetrated in similar ways in several locations, primarily against Israeli women. In its recommendations, the report calls on the government of Israel to immediately implement a ceasefire, end the siege of Gaza, ensure the delivery of humanitarian aid, and cease the targeting of civilians and civilian infrastructure. The Commission calls on Israel to comply fully with its legal obligations set forth in the International Court of Justice. Orders on provisional measures issued on the 26th of January, 2024, 28th of March, 2024, and the 24th of May, 2024, and in particular, allow the Commission access to Gaza to conduct investigations. It also recommended that all state parties to the Rome Statute cooperate fully with the International Criminal Court. The report calls on the government of the State of Palestine and the de facto authorities in Gaza to immediately cease all rocket attacks on Israel, unconditionally release all hostages, and thoroughly and impartially investigate violations and prosecute those responsible for crimes, including those committed on and since the 7th of October by members of the Palestinian non-state armed group in Israel. The Commission's report will be presented to the Human Rights Council 26th session on the 19th of June 2024 in Geneva. 2 additional detailed reports providing expanded findings accompany this release. The first report presents the Commission's finding on the 7th of October attack in Israel, and the second report presents the Commission's finding on Israel's military operations and attacks in Gaza until the end of 2023. Yeah, get fucked, Israel. Just get completely rocked. Eric Sidor. Been a long time, I think, since I've seen you here, my man. The gender thing is interesting because you sure don't hear conservatives talking about men's rights in Palestine. It's just so odd to talk about, like, that kind of thing in the face of, like, overwhelming genocide. Like I understand, like it's an issue and people do want to talk about it and think about it, but like sort of weird to have like I just don't think you can have a serious gender-based or feminist conversation when you're getting carpet bombed. It's just wild. Transylvanian says, now let's see if anything actually comes of this or if it's just empty words. Unless the UN imposes real material consequences on the Zionist genociders, this is little more than PR. Israel will get a bailout from the US, says Joe. Eggs D writes, how dare the colonized spit in the face of the colonizers? Yeah, I mean, you're not completely wrong, like Cotton. Like, it's just the UN is something of a toothless organization. Like, they don't have a military or anything. Yeah. Transylvanian. Ah, okay, I see how it is. So they are just repeating debunked Zionist propaganda. Nice victim blaming. How dare the victims of genocide, apartheid, and occupation defend themselves? Yeah, no, you guys are right. It's. I don't know what we expected, right? I don't know what we expected. They always have to play the both sides card, right? They always have to do that. It doesn't matter the degree and the depravity of Israel, right? Sable, like, I find your position to be quite odd. Like, you want to go to Israel? Why? Like, it's committing a genocide. It's a genocidal regime. What draws you to go to Israel? Why are you interested in going to Israel? For the food. Got it, dude. Vfro writes, hold on. People must be held accountable. We must admit what's really happening there. Yeah. Fiddleford, capitalism is the ownership of the productive forces by capitalists. Yeah, it's not markets. Yeah, let's see some politicians enact laws preventing the unequal treatment of immigrant workers. Bryce throws feed many Americans. Yeah, these people would have both sided the Warsaw Ghetto. Yeah. Yeah, we just have somebody in the Twitch that's just kind of, I don't know how to describe it. You're not being rude, and you're not being overtly Nazi, and you're not being like, you're not listening to evidence. It's just so obvious that you don't care, right? And it's so obvious that the outcome of this doesn't matter to you at all. Like, you don't give a shit if a bunch of Palestinians are being genocided or tortured, right? It doesn't matter to you at all, right? Like, that's an accurate assessment, I would say. Like, you just don't care, right? Because you probably, like, live in a nice little privileged bubble, right? Where you don't actually have to contend with the outcomes of any of this stuff. Like, it wouldn't matter if a nuclear bomb dropped in Jerusalem right now. Like, you just wouldn't care, right? Just wouldn't affect you at all. Like, I feel like, I don't know, dude. Like, are you edging into Zionist apologetics? Like, where is that line? Where is the line where you're just saying, like, I love Zionists? Right? Are you pro-Zionist? Let's just ask the question. Are you pro-Zionist? Do you think the Zionists are fine? Well, that was fun. What do I want to move on to? Oh yeah, let's move on to the Ukraine war. How much money does Ukraine owe? And to whom? This is from Reuters. I don't think I'm going to read the whole thing, but I think it is worth pointing out. Like, we're looking at a chart right now. External debt is completely skyrocketing, right? Obviously. Ukraine is taking on a whole bunch of debt. A huge reason why Ukraine is not trying to settle a peace and why the West does not want Ukraine to settle a peace is not only is it embarrassing to lose the war, but they know they'll never get that money back, right? Like they've sent like hundreds of millions and billions of dollars in loans to Ukraine. And certainly should there be a peace settlement, should there be a negotiated peace, certainly one of the things that Putin is going to say is, yeah, you're not paying that debt back. Like, that's done. That we're going to call that debt fair and square. That money's not going back. You're not going to be beholden to Western powers. You're not going to be beholden to the West at all. Like, you're not going to send a penny their way. I don't care how much money they sent you. And so the West doesn't want to declare a peace because they know they'll lose that money. Yeah, eggs D. Food and cuisine that was appropriated from Palestine and other Levantine cuisines. Woke CIA drone pilot. I think Ukraine owes me like $5,000. I'd rather have my tax money go on weapons for Ukraine. Nah. Like, it's just a lost cause. Like, even if the cause was righteous, which it definitely is not, but even if it was, it's lost, right? So as it drags on, you're just losing more. That's all. You're just losing more. Yeah, are they really going to make Ukraine pay nations back? If Ukraine were to win, they would, right? Because Ukraine has been taking on debt, right, from the West throughout this conflict and throughout this war. Like, Ukraine is a deeply corrupt place. And incidentally, this narrative, nothing new, right? It's what the United States does. The United States will coup governments and then install leadership that will take on a whole bunch of debt and then force that place to pay those debts, no matter how illegitimate it was taken in. Right? You just need to ignore that a coup happened, and then you can pretend it was like, well, you took on, if they didn't want to take on the debt, then they shouldn't have taken on the debt. You got to pay back your debts, when you take it. Like, just completely ignore that the government was couped, the United States installed leadership that purposefully drowned the place in debt. Like, it's the same story. It's nothing new. The goal of the leadership of Ukraine is to drown its people in debt on behalf of corporate power, right? Well, you guys seem keen, so let's actually read the article. More than 2 years into a war that has cost tens of thousands of lives, Ukraine is about to embark on the unprecedented task of restructuring its debt in the middle of the raging conflict. Ukraine's economy nosedived after the Russian invasion in early 2022, and while it has been unexpectedly resilient since last year, the initial shock forced Kiev to request a 2-year debt payment freeze to avoid a default. The expiry of this freeze in August means little time is left for Ukraine to either restructure its debt, the government's preferred option, secure an extension to its payment freeze with its bondholders, or face a hard default. In support of Ukraine, leaders of the G7 major democracies, that's cute, agreed an outline deal on Thursday to provide $50 billion of loans for Kiev using interest from Russian sovereign assets frozen after Moscow invaded its neighbor. Below is a look at what Ukraine owns, or what Ukraine owes, and to whom. The bigger picture. Ukraine's government-guaranteed debt amounted to $152 billion total by the end of April, according to data from the Finance Ministry. That is a sharp uptick since the start of the war. Overall debt at the end of 2021, some 2 months before the invasion, stood at $98 billion. On the current outstanding debt, more than 70%, or $108.4 billion, is external. The remainder is domestic debt, nearly all of which is in the form of local bonds and maturities between 12 months and 30 years. No, Sable, you no longer get to participate in the chat. Are you for or against Zionism? Real straightforward. Your future in the chat depends on the answer. Your next comment, if it's not the answer to that, you're gone. That total figure includes a $3 billion bond and a $600 million loan. Okay, you're just playing dumb. So, no Nazis in the chat. That's a hard rule. That is rule 2. And being pro-Zionist or playing dumb about it means you get to go. No Nazis in the chat, no Zionists in the chat. That total figure includes $3 billion bonds at a $600 million loan owed to Russia. Disregarding this claim, which is subject to a dispute in English courts, Ukraine's external debt amounts to $104.8 billion. The debt restructuring efforts currently underway will only touch a small part of the overall debt burden, namely the country's external commercial debt. Kiev's external debt more than doubled since Russia's invasion in February 2022. Debt to private creditors earmarked for restructuring comes in the form of Eurobonds and GDP warrants. Eurobonds amounted to $19.67 billion at the end of April, according to ministry data, which are outstanding across 11 dollar-dominated and 2 euro-dominated bonds. Including past due interest, the amount owed on the Eurobonds amounted to $23.6 billion, according to JP Morgan calculations published in April. I love how they're pretending like these are different things. It's just kind of like it's all owned by the same organizations. I don't know why they're dickering. Also in scope for the restructuring is a GDP warrant, an instrument linked to the country's economic output growth, which was created during Ukraine's 2015 debt restructuring in the wake of Russia's annexation of Crimea as a sweetener to creditors. They just basically said, give me and my buddies money and then we'll make the populace pay for it. JP Morgan calculates that Ukraine owns $2.6 billion on this instrument. A debt moratorium on these instruments is expiring in late August. It's not clear whether creditors would enforce full payment if an agreement isn't reached by then. The Kiev government asked its private international bondholders earlier this year to organize a group in order to renegotiate the terms of those Eurobonds and is currently in talks with investors holding securities. Dude, this is dry. This is dry. We estimate debt sustainability could be achieved via a 30% notional haircut on the overall bond stock, including deferred interest, with some maturity extensions and coupon relief, JP Morgan analysts said in a client note. Okay, we're almost done. I'm just going to do it so that we'll know, right? State guaranteed debt. Todor, a state agency for roads, has a government guarantee on a $700 million note, while state grid company Ukrenergo has a guarantee on an $830 million note. Holders of bonds have also agreed to a matching 2-year moratorium on those two companies, which is also set to run out within months. Loans from official creditors Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Netherlands, Poland, Britain, and the United States add up to $7.5 billion. With just over $5 billion owed to Canada alone. Hey, oh Canada. These governments have extended a freeze until 2027. There you go, guys. That's what it is, right? Ukraine owes us money. And we know that if they lose this war, we're not going to get that money back. Nearly $70 billion of external state and state-guaranteed debt, or almost 2/3 in that category, is owed to multilaterals, and the same as domestic debt. It is not in scope for the restructuring. Of that, just over $16 billion is owed to the International Monetary Fund. The IMF is about to disperse $2.2 billion of new money to Ukraine under a current $15.6 billion loan program. The fund's debt sustainability analysis will be a key element of the commercial debt restructuring. State money owned on loans and other commercial bank debt externally added up to $1.63 billion in April, the largest chunk, which about $700 million is owed to U.S. agribusiness giant Cargill. With the state-guaranteed section, debt from the loans to foreign commercial banks added up to just over $1 billion, with $830 million of that owed to Export-Import Bank of China. There you go. Let's just say they won't pay in money. Yeah. BlackRock has bought the best land in Ukraine for pennies on the dollar. Absolutely. Eric writes, fun fact I recently learned about Argentina. The right took a bunch of debt from the IMF, crashed their economy, yet the left comes in, pays all the debt off, and the right comes in, took up the largest IMF loan in history under the order of Trump, and then when the center-right comes in, they couldn't do anything about it, and now with Milley being here, now he's got an even bigger IMF loan. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about, man. Conton writes, John, I love that you don't allow people to play dumb. No one is innocently dumb at this point. Ignorance is not accidental at this point. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's absolutely the truth. And moreover, playing dumb is going to be their the big strategy of the death cult moving forward. We've seen that on this channel. I've read plenty of articles on this channel where it's just been like, oh, they're just playing dumb. Like, no one is this stupid. If you are this stupid, then you shouldn't be typing in any chat anywhere. You should be sitting and listening, right? Maybe ask some questions about these subjects, but like, the idea that like, what's Zionism? What are you talking about? Get out of here. It's just it's just the most embarrassing shit of life. Yeah, playing dumb and doing the "you mad bro" is a common fascist tactic now. Yeah, I think that's right. Like, and we don't need to take it seriously. I mean, outside of the violence that these people represent, but like, they're not smart, right? It's not intellectual. It's not. They're not interested in finding a consensus or learning anything, right? They're interested in muddying the conversation to frustrate people as much as possible. And the moment you realize it, just get rid of them, right? Like, just playing dumb is just got to be the biggest gaslight of all, right? It's they do it in an effort to get you to, well, I'm going to inform you and I'm going to tell you and all this stuff, and they'll just continue to play dumb. Right? And as long as you're willing to shout into a black hole, they're more than willing to pretend as though they don't understand. Right? CH writes, good to see you, CH. Neocons and Nazis, Zionists and shitlibs, evangelicals and banksters. BlackRock is the new Exxon. Yeah, there is no Ukraine. What happens is Lwów and Kiev Nazis sell Donbass, Crimean, Odessa assets. Yeah, I mean, Ukraine is just going to turn into a total rump state, right? Like, it's just going to completely turn into what's left of Kiev after this is going to be completely unproductive. It's not going to be able to do anything. CH writes, Stalin had far less latitude than George W. Bush or Churchill or Obama to choose his path. When you see the constraints, you realize his decisions were almost all inevitable. I don't know how much I agree with that. I do think that, like, Stalin's land reform policies, for example, I think he definitely chose to do that. For better or for worse. I mean, I tend to say for better, obviously, because fuck landlords. But I'm not necessarily bought into the idea that Stalin's hands were always tied. I mean, he definitely had to contend with the Nazis. That's the big thing, right? Like, it's oftentimes I find that when people discuss Stalin, they do so in a vacuum, and it's the same complaint that I have of lots of analysis, including within Western Marxist circles. Like, what we're supposed to analyze these leaders without talking about the major wars that they were involved in, and the major wars that overtook them. Like, it's just war blindness, you know, like as if the Nazi threat wasn't real and credible. Like, Joseph Stalin said, like, a full decade before the Nazi invasion that the Soviets had to prepare for that. Like, he saw that shit coming from miles and miles away. He saw that shit coming all the way down the pipe. Because if you're honest about the history, like, it's pretty obvious that that's what was going to happen, right? The rise of Nazism, you could see it. Like, these guys that read the news, you know? So, the argument that gets made against Stalin in this regard is, well, he should have done everything he could to avoid that war. And it's like, I just don't think that that's legitimate. Like, that's not in his power. Oh, CH, you're responding to stuff from way far ago. You're actually far back, I think. Yeah, Transylvania says, I don't think so at all. I think they could have made much worse choices. I also don't think that Stalin made those choices alone. Yeah, that's right. That when we talk about these guys like Stalin and when we talk about these people, there's this tendency to be like, Stalin, well, we fall into the Stalin was a dictator line, right? We fall into this idea that Stalin was the one that was making these decisions all by himself. But it's not true, right? Like they were making the decisions together, right? Collectively. Pivoting from that, from the Vancouver Sun, financial crime still a free-for-all in British Columbia and Canada, experts say. For those of you who have been following the Canadian economy for any length of time, you know that Canada is actually a deeply corrupt place where money laundering happens at a high level, and our politicians do not give a fuck about it at all. And our media very rarely reports on it. So it's very nice to see the Vancouver Sun actually do any article on this whatsoever. Financial crime still a free-for-all in BC and Canada, experts say. BC has taken important steps recently in the fight against money laundering, an international conference in Vancouver heard Wednesday. But successful prosecution of financial crime remains problematically rare. A group of international experts and professionals gathered in downtown Vancouver on Wednesday for a day-long conference focused on financial crime, money laundering, corruption, misinformation, and journalism. In the years since a series of government-commissioned reports highlighted BC's problem with money laundering, and the province ordered a commission of inquiry into the subject in 2019, BC has implemented important reforms to help improve transparency. Sasha Caldera, campaign director with the Toronto-based anti-corruption nonprofit group Publish What You Pay, told the conference on Wednesday. These changes include BC Landowners Transparency Registry, which makes it easier for police, regulators, journalists, and any member of the public to uncover the true ownership of real estate. The registry became searchable in 2021, and earlier this year, the government dropped the search fees, another move that was applauded by transparency advocates, including Caldera. Another public registry, which BC announced last year and expects to launch in 2025, is intended to increase transparency around the ownership of BC companies. Both of these registries should help make life more difficult for money launderers and their professional enablers, like accountants and lawyers, and politicians. And politicians is my ad, Caldera said. It's also encouraging that BC recently became the first province in Canada to use a new power known as unexplained wealth orders, trying to force people, through the courts, to prove property or funds weren't obtained by crime. However, Caldera told the audience, "We have a lack of enforcement in Canada when it comes to financial crime. Even the CRA has very lax enforcement of tax evasion and tax avoidance at the corporate level. And also we have a horrible prosecutorial record in Canada for money laundering." In an interview, Caldera said that while BC's reforms are important, financial crime still appears to be as much a free-for-all on the West Coast as anywhere in the country. Wednesday's event was co-hosted by Trace, a U.S.-headquartered global nonprofit focused on fighting corruption and promoting good governance, and the Vancouver Anti-Corruption Institute, a project launched in 2021 at the University of BC's Law School. The Anti-Corruption Institute is chaired by Peter German, a former RCMP deputy commissioner who was in the headlines a few years ago when he was hired by the BC NDP to write 2 reports on money laundering in BC, which preceded the Commission of Inquiry. German also told the conference Wednesday about the spread of misinformation helps to facilitate financial crime. The conference drew attendees from across Canada and internationally, including representatives from the global accounting and finance firms, law enforcement and regulatory agencies, and consular officials, and journalists visiting from Europe, Asia, and the U.S. Adam Ross, a corporate investigator and partner with Templeton Research, who was in attendance Wednesday, said BC has taken some important steps to create more transparent ownership and track movement of funds better than they have in the past. But it's still early days. We don't know how broadly people are complying with the legislation, Ross said, and, he added, there is not enough successful prosecution of financial crime. Yeah, of course, there's no punishment for it, really. I recommend reading Transylvanian writes, I recommend reading Anna Louise Strong, an American reporter who went to the USSR in the 1920s and 30s and interviewed a lot of people, including Stalin himself. Wrote about him and his leadership style. Interesting. Eric Sidor writes, how many MPs and MPPs are going to show up on these lists as sketchy REIT investors? Yeah, for sure. Australia's Mr. Moon. Good to see you, by the way, Mr. Moon. Australia's overinflated property market is a giant money laundering scheme. I'm sure Canada is the same. Oh yeah, I've read articles on this channel for sure that, like, Canada's housing market is an enormous money laundering scheme. Like, just do as much crime as you want, do as much corporate crime as you want, and then just buy Canadian property, right? That'll launder your money, right? And because the money laundering is so bad, it's raised the price of our housing market across the board. Woke CIA drone pilot. No, everything is perfect in Argentina. Milei has unleashed the forces of unrestrained capitalism, and the hunger and poverty is just a stepping stone to riches, as in rich people will step on the poor to get richer. Of course, that's how it works. Capitalism is just single value price grab by the individuals without considering any effects on anyone else. It's a crazy way to run a society, yeah. Because they're not really running a society. And they'll tell you so. Right? Margaret Thatcher outright said out loud in front of everybody, there is no such thing as society. And people uphold that. People literally stand in front of you and say, there's no such thing as society. Right? So if there's no such thing as society, then what principles are they operating on? Right? Because it's not the improvement of society, because you can't improve something that you don't think exists. Right? So what is it that they're trying to do? Well, they'll tell you, and they have told you. Money. They want money. For who? Themselves. They'll say it to your face, they'll say it. They'll publish massive articles. It's just, I just feel like we're in this kind of position where the populace doesn't believe them when they tell them what they're doing. Right? They just don't believe them. Like, right now, nobody actually believes that what Pierre Poilievre is going to do is suppress wages, commit mass austerity, and give huge handouts to corporations. Right? People just don't believe that that's what he's going to do, even though that's what he says he's going to do. Right? He says it out loud, in public, on record. It's not hidden. It's not a secret. It's just that there's nobody in the political apparatus that actually has the balls to stand up and be like, so your policies have failed for 50 years. What makes you think that these failed policies that have done nothing but fail will suddenly be successful? Like, what are you talking about? Commit mass austerity, suppress wages, raise unemployment. Like, we need to make things more accommodating for corporate power so that then they'll invest. Fuck off. Tax them. You want to see these guys invest the money that they're hoarding away from the public? Tax it all away. In fact, nationalize them. Just get rid of these guys. Why are we kowtowing to these assholes anyway? Why do we care what anybody thinks in these corporate structures? Why do we care what the CEOs of these fossil fuel industries give a shit about at all? Right? But if you actually say those ideas out loud, and it's so, well, what an extremist position. Like, the media has done a really, really, really good job of obfuscating what it is these politicians actually stand for, and done a really, really good job of ensuring that the actual solutions can never actually be listened to. Yet Mr. Moon writes, no such thing as a society. It sounds like the literal definition of a psychopath. Yeah, Margaret Thatcher. Like, Margaret Thatcher said that out loud in public, on the record. Like, it wasn't an offhanded comment she made at the theater or something. She stood up as the prime minister in front of the party, said to the Speaker of the House, there's no such thing as society. There's no such thing as society. Yeah, she's a psycho. They're all psychos. Like, woke CIA drone pilot. Trump was the president. There is no reality. Yeah, there's no such thing as satire, for sure. Yeah, Transylvanian. That is an absolutely ridiculous headline. The headline that Transylvanian is referring to is, I've just pulled it up, from the Maple. Canada says it won't give arms to Azov, despite U.S. policy change. Our position remains that we are not, nor will we, be providing support to Azov and affiliated entities. What a joke. Canada trains Nazis. We have them on the record. Yeah, they really think their readers are morons. No support for Azov-affiliated entities, but Azov is affiliated with the Ukraine Armed Forces and the Kiev government. They are literally the armed wing of one of the main parties that control the Ukrainian parliament, the Nazi Right Sector Party. Yeah, exactly. Canada's Department of National Defense says it will maintain its stated policy of not providing military support to Ukraine's neo-Nazi-led Azov Brigade, despite reports this week that the United States has lifted a ban on weapons transfers to the far-right military unit. Our position remains that we are not, nor will we be providing support to Azov and affiliated entities, D&D spokesperson Kenneth Sediku wrote in an email to the Maple on Tuesday, echoing the ministry's previous statements about the military unit. On Monday, the Washington Post reported that the Biden administration had lifted a 6-year-old ban on arms transfers to Azov after the United States State Department conducted what it described as a thorough review of the unit. The review was reportedly conducted under a law that ostensibly prevents American military aid from ending up in the hands of foreign fighters credibly found to have committed gross human rights violations. Yeah, I love it. The State Departments are like, yeah, we don't see that there's any Nazis there. What? What's the symbol of the Azov Brigade? Well, it's the Nazis' wolf angel, of course. But that's normal. It's totally normal that we use, it's normal. It's normal that people use Nazi symbols, right? Vifro writes, didn't Trudeau invite a Nazi before Parliament? Yes, not only did he invite a Nazi before Parliament, he invited a Nazi before Parliament to be celebrated in front of Zelensky, right? Like, really think about this, guys. Like, really, really imagine this in your mind space, okay? That Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, knowingly, no matter what they tell you, there's a 0% chance he did not know that this guy was a Nazi. Like, just straight up, like, who wrote the card that they read? Today we honor Yaroslav Hunka to celebrate his participation in World War II, where he fought in Ukraine against the Russians. This guy's a Nazi. My favorite part of that, my absolute favorite part, if you go back and I did a video about this, my absolute favorite part about that moment, where the Speaker of the House, Rhoda, was reading that card, is that he read that statement. Today we honor Yaroslav Hunka, who fought alongside Ukrainian forces against the Russians in World War II. And then he pauses, and he goes like this. No word of a lie. And then just moves on. For those of you who are listening at home, he just like did a huge eyebrow raise. So just like, oh shit, you could see it on his face. It was just like a smack in his face of just like, oh shit, I just honored a Nazi in Parliament. You could see it on his face that he didn't know what he was reading. He just read a card that was handed to him. So somebody wrote this card. Who? Who wrote the card? So Justin Trudeau has a Nazi that he knows is a Nazi honored in Parliament in front of Vladimir Zelensky, while Zelensky is overseeing a war in Ukraine that is being carried out by neo-Nazi forces. And we're all supposed to be like, yeah, Justin Trudeau's not a Nazi. Justin Trudeau's not a Nazi. Transylvanian says, I feel your pain, John. We recently had to endure Zelensky in our parliament as well. The fact that only 2 parties boycotted his speech while the rest gave standing ovations, yeah, is sickening. Well, everybody wants to believe that we're the good guys in this, whereas most of the world's population is just sitting there being like, you guys are creepy. Oh yeah, Isaac, that was a joyful moment for Chrystia Freeland. She literally was like, yay! Weird, creepy little Nazi Chrystia Freeland, whose grandfather, incidentally, if you didn't know, for those of you listening at home, Chrystia Freeland, our deputy prime minister, the person who, if Justin Trudeau suddenly dies or something, she becomes the prime minister, her grandfather was a Nazi collaborator. Her grandfather, I believe his name was like Mikhail or something like that, he worked under Goebbels in the propaganda department in Ukraine. He helped disseminate Nazi propaganda into Ukraine. Normal. The Liberals are such a normal party filled with normal people. What a bunch of normal people. So glad that we're all supporting these normal people that normally exist. This is why when you hear somebody say, my grandparents suffered greatly under the Soviets, and so communism is bad. The first thing you should ask is, well, who do your grandparents work for? Because there was this huge thing that happened during and after World War II where a whole bunch of Nazis came to Canada. Just a whole bunch of Nazis came to Canada. And we were all just like, yeah, it's fine. Bring in the Nazis. You want evidence that we're actually like pro-Nazi fans here in Canada. There it is. Right, we love Nazis, man. We just bring them in. We have no problem with that at all. There is an article I've been meaning to read now for 3 days straight. And now I'm going to do it. This is from Maclean's. I don't usually read Maclean articles because I find that Maclean's is pretty wishy-washy. Pretty just like banal would be the word that I would use. But this article looks like they're actually trying to do something that Maclean's is not really well known for, which is journalism. The encampment wars. The battle over one tent village in a portside Vancouver park turned it into the city's only fully legal tent community. What that means for the thousands of Canadians living in encampments nationwide. Totally functioning society, not a failure whatsoever, right? Dave Bradbury was born in the early 1960s in Ontario and moved to British Columbia in 1968. There he grew up, married, raised 3 daughters, and built a career as a unionized tradesman. In the early mid-90s, his wife died of lung cancer, and he became the sole provider for his girls, then 7, 9, and 12. He's proud of the life he made for them, working on remote job sites across the province. After his kids grew up, he met his second wife, Catherine, in 2012. They settled in Kitimat on the northwest coast, which was booming due to planned natural gas facilities, and where Bradbury worked construction jobs. Kitimat's major construction sites shut down during the first wave of COVID, and the couple were forced to look for work. What a great system. Oh man, a major crisis is happening. Get fucked, tradesmen. Go find a job. The hunt eventually brought them down to Metro Vancouver, where they figured they'd have the most luck. But jobs there were also hard to come by, as was anywhere cheap to live. Before long, the pair were sleeping in a tent on a tucked-away part of Alexander Street, at the edge of the city's poverty-plagued downtown east side. They hoped their fall was just a temporary hiccup on the way back up. Ha! Catherine soon relapsed into an old addiction and, in August of 2021, died of a drug overdose. That day, Bradbury waited by her side for paramedics. They got her heart beating again, but only briefly. Everything was a blur after that. Bradbury moved into a shelter for 7 months and became, in his words, unglued, unable even to visit a grocery store and feed himself. He bunked with dozens of other men, many struggling with addictions or mental illnesses, or both. Bedbugs and lice were rampant, and he was only able to keep 2 bags of belongings. Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. What you gotta do is you just gotta dig deep and pull you up by your bootstraps. If she didn't want to overdose of a drug, she shouldn't have done drugs. His fog began to lift in early 2022. He learned about a group of other unhoused people who started sheltering in tents at Crab Park, a green space a few blocks away, wedged between the towering cranes of the city's Centrum container port. the waters of Burrard Inlet, and Vancouver's downtown skyline. The crab moniker comes from Create a Real Affordable Beach, a grassroots committee that pushed to make it a park in the late 80s. In April, he moved in, setting up camp in a 2-room tent, which he later fortified against the elements with tarps and a canopy. Bradbury was quiet and guarded at first, but soon knew everyone's name. Though he'd never worked in a kitchen before, he quickly remodeled himself as the camp cook, trading meals for bear hugs under an industrial-grade kitchen tent outfitted with fire extinguishers, stainless steel containers, and a propane grill. Equipment mostly acquired via donations and grants from local nonprofits. Every day he assembled roast beef sandwiches, fried up French toast, received donated meals, and chatted with residents. By the time he arrived, Crab Park was home to about 35 people, some of whom had more elaborate setups, including furniture, appliances, and locking doors. But as preferable as it was to the shelter system he'd left, it was not an easy life. I don't recommend this for anybody, especially on the downtown east side, he says. It's a rough neighborhood. You either become part of the environment, or it becomes part of you. As Bradbury nears retirement age, he is homeless for the first time in his life, owing in part to the perfect storm of economic disruption that followed the pandemic, with soaring inflation and a real estate frenzy that spilled from big cities to small towns, exacerbating a crushing nationwide housing shortage. Many Canadians, like him, have been driven over the brink. In 2021, the federal government estimated that 235,000 Canadians experienced homelessness at some point that year, and up to a quarter of those people had spent time in the tent villages sprouting nationwide. Last year, data compiled from 72 communities showed that between March of 2020 and December of 2022, the number of unsheltered homeless, those on the streets and in encampments, had risen by 88%. The most common reason identified was not addiction or mental illness, but simply insufficient income. Alexandra Flynn is an associate professor of law at the University of British Columbia, whose recent research has focused on the housing crisis. We can only assume that whatever numbers we have, they're actually double, she says. Her work shows that besides being larger in numbers, the recent explosion of unhoused peoples includes a broader demographic than ever before. More families, more skilled workers, more senior citizens, and more newcomers to Canada. In any given week, some 150 park encampments are scattered across Vancouver, but campers in most are legally required to pack up and leave by 8 a.m. Crab Park occupies a unique position in the city. In 2022, after a city issued an eviction order, Julia Riddle, a young corporate lawyer, brought a challenge to the province's Supreme Court on behalf of the residents. A judge overturned the eviction, making the park Vancouver's only legally sanctioned, full-time encampment, the only place in the city where people can pitch a tent to stay, that can support semi-permanent infrastructure like Bradbury's kitchen tent, and that can reliably function like a miniature community. This small portside park has since become a focal point for tensions felt across Canada, as cities and towns grapple with the tent villages growing between high-rises, under bridges, along riverbanks, and in parks. Politicians in some communities have advocated for gentler responses, while others are taking less tolerant approaches, including Vancouver's mayor, Ken Sim, who's been unapologetic about aggressive clearances under his watch. And it's in this city where the controversial over the future of encampments, which increasingly look like an indefinite part of our urban lives, is playing out most dramatically. While no one believes tent villages are a good thing, the debate is still raging over whether they've become a necessary one. Encampments have been present in Vancouver for years, but the crisis kicked into higher gear in 2017 and 2018, when the city shut down the Balmoral and the Regent, two notoriously dilapidated single-room occupancy hotels in the city's downtown east side. Though they were overrun with vermin and mold, plagued by intermittent heat and plumbing, and disrupted by frequent violence, they contained more than 300 rooms between them. When the hotels closed, some residents were provided with new housing, but many were not, and much of the hardship and disorder between the hotel's walls spilled into the surrounding streets. In 2018, tents began popping up in Oppenheimer Park, a one-block square patch of green a few blocks away. By the following summer, residents there had created a self-governing community, with an overdose prevention site, a ceremonial fire for indigenous people, and a meal distribution hub. But as the camp swelled to more than 200 residents, tents encroached onto the sidewalks, and the city began moving people into shelters and other temporary housing. About 100 people left, and as newcomers repopulated the encampment, it grew more chaotic. Soon, its reputation became inextricably linked to a string of horrifying incidents. On New Year's Day in 2020, Jesus Cristobal Esteban, a 62-year-old volunteer who'd cultivated a garden in the park, was beaten to death after refusing to share his beer with an unhoused man. In April, a couple who spent time in the park held a resident at gunpoint in a tent and tortured her for 15 hours. The victim arrived at a nearby hospital with every finger broken and her body covered in cigarette burns. The incident's brutality cut through the COVID-19 news cycle, feeding into the growing public anxiety around encampments. That April, the province shut down the Oppenheimer camp, citing concern about a potential COVID superspreader event. Some residents moved to a parking lot beside Crab Park, but were quickly evicted by a court injunction brought by the Port Authority. Others ping-ponged to Strathcona Park, a neighborhood green space in a somewhat more affluent area. Like Oppenheimer, it was tolerated for a while. The Vancouver Board of Parks and Recreation, known as the Park Board, even provided showers and warming trailers. But again, the scale became overwhelming. By the end of 2020, more than 400 tents covered the park. In January of 2021, a Strathcona camper named Sandy Parisian was involved in a home invasion on Vancouver's west side, during which a 78-year-old woman was killed. He later pleaded guilty to manslaughter. Public sympathy for encampments was collapsing. The director of one Vancouver municipal political party, the Non-Partisan Association, suggested residents start harassing these lowlifes, meaning encampment residents. A group called Safer Vancouver advocated for hard-line approaches. In 2020, Dallas Brody, a spokesperson for the group, who later campaigned as a Vancouver candidate with the Provincial Conservative Party, suggested on a local podcast that unruly unhoused people could be rounded up onto a naval ship and quarantined in the nearby Fraser River. They can use their drugs and yell and scream and fight and do whatever they want to do, she said. Mayor Kennedy Stewart had a different balance to strike between assuaging public anxiety and the hard reality that there was simply not enough shelter space, and much of what did exist was in dire disrepair. In 2020 and 2021, all three levels of government spent a combined $250 million to buy hotels as shelters, creating 750 more beds. The city gave Strathcona campers until April 30th, 2021 to leave. Stewart expressed hope that with more indoor space, the next homeless count would show improvement. The surge in encampments, he said, was a short-term pandemic phenomenon, caused in part by people being temporarily pushed out of shelters due to physical distancing rules. To some degree, that was true, as cities nationwide were discovering. Most of the early municipal responses seemed to take for granted that encampments were a transient problem and sought to speed up their removal. In Winnipeg, the city installed ear-piercing sound emitters under bridges to bring down the number of complaints about encampments and fires. The devices were recalled after public backlash. The city of Hamilton gave 60 people 1 week's notice to leave an encampment in its north end before workers tore down their tents, directing them to overcapacity shelters. Toronto was blindsided by the size and scale of the camps. In the spring of 2021, The city's 311 line was inundated daily, with calls reporting fires, garbage, needles, and pests. In June and July, police mounted 3 controversial raids on encampments at Trinity Bellwoods Park, Alexandra Park, and Lamport Stadium, where police and protesters clashed violently. In Halifax, where the homeless population had doubled in the previous 24 months, it has since doubled again. Police moved in on 4 encampments, arresting protesters, deploying pepper spray, and knocking down tents and shelters. By then, the encampment at Crab Park had began taking shape. It only had about a dozen people, including some who'd left Strathcona Park months earlier, but the city wasted no time getting on top of it. In July of 2021, the park board issued the first notices of eviction. Julia Riddle had been a licensed lawyer for all of 4 months when they first saw eviction notices in Crab Park. Riddle, who uses they-them pronouns, moved to Vancouver to attend UBC's law school in 2016, a year when an average detached home sold for $2.6 million. Even during law school, they'd taken an interest in the legal history of tent cities, an interest that intensified during the COVID-era cycle of encampments and evictions. After graduating, they passed the bar and took a job articulating for a corporate firm. They are adamant, however, that advocating for unhoused people isn't a radical or unconventional act for a lawyer. The park board really tries to make it seem like it's all radical activists fighting back on these things, they say, and I'm like, I have an undergrad in economics. By late summer, when Riddle became involved, the crab encampment had grown to about 50 people. The eviction notices posted in the park declared it closed to overnight sheltering, and reiterating the park board's commitment to preventing encampments, when there are suitable spaces available for unsheltered people to move indoors. That didn't track. In their short time visiting the park, Riddle had met people who'd expressly moved there because they couldn't find shelter anywhere else. Those included Carrie Bamberger, a 46-year-old woman who'd been unhoused off and on since she was 13. Until 2021, she lived with her partner Clint in the Flint Hotel, a single-room occupancy hotel plagued by vermin and violence, where she says she was attacked by another resident. Crab Park's open space, fresh air, and feeling of community seemed like the least bad of the options available to her. She was one of the park's first residents that summer. To Riddle, Bamberger's story was clear evidence that there wasn't enough shelter, or good enough shelter, for everyone living on Vancouver's streets. And so Riddle marshaled volunteers, including students, a retired firefighter, and a city engineer, to conduct their own investigation of available shelter space. They found that there was not only insufficient space, but spaces that couldn't accommodate disabled people, or where couples weren't allowed to live together. One line of attack would be to launch a challenge, alleging that the city's prohibition on daytime camping violated Canada's Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But that could be tied up in court for years. Another option would be a judicial review, and there was already precedent that could support it. Riddle knew about a landmark 2008 decision that struck down a Victoria bylaw prohibiting overnight camping in parks. That decision hinged on a demonstrated lack of other shelter options. Then, in 2021, a BC Supreme Court justice ruled against the city of Prince George, which had attempted to evict an encampment there. As in Victoria, the ruling found that because the city didn't have enough indoor shelter elsewhere, the encampment could stay. Bamberger signed on as one of two named litigants, along with other camp resident Jason Hebert. She took phone calls, approved paperwork, and spoke to reporters. By the time Crab Park's day in court arrived in December of 2021, Bamberger's health was failing. The physical toll of living outdoors for decades had manifested in a host of ailments. "I was actually in the hospital in a coma," she says. "I never thought I'd win in court, against a small arm of the government, from a hospital bed." In January of 2022, BC Supreme Court Justice Matthew Kirshner rejected the decampment orders, ruling that the park board had to consult people affected. That April, the park board designated a daytime sheltering area in Crab Park. making it the only place in Vancouver where camping was allowed 24/7. When rangers arrived in the park to deliver the news, Bamberger was out of hospital and back in her tent, which had been relocated along with the others to a small peninsula on the park's north edge. There, the population would grow to nearly 100 people. Bradbury arrived that month, and in July, Sheena Durdak, a curly-haired woman in her 30s, moved in with her husband, Weston. They had fled a massive and chaotic encampment that had been growing on East Hastings, the neighborhood's main drag. There, they had shared a small tent on the sidewalk that couldn't contain Weston's 6-foot frame. His feet were often left hanging out in the unzippered tent fly. It was a daily struggle to avoid violence and theft. Out there, you're pretty much on your own, says Durdak. It's a dog-eat-dog world. They left when they saw fire department notices warning that the encampment would be cleared. Anticipating the worst, they set up at Crab. On the first night, they kept a distance from the rest of the tents. In the morning, Weston went over to make introductions, and the new arrivals were invited over for breakfast. An indigenous elder named Walter became part of their unofficial welcoming committee and helped them figure out where to set up. Durdak was immediately relieved to have more space away from the chaos of East Hastings. She and Weston got to work, building a little porch with a tarp cover. The couple soon became integral to Crab's functioning. Durdak filled in as a volunteer with an overdose prevention program set up by residents, which was funded in part by Vancouver Coastal Health. Once a week, she put on a high-vis vest and circled the camp, visiting tents, looking for signs of distress or overdose. The night patrols also helped deter theft and violence. That is the best form of safety we have going for us, she said. Dave Bradbury spent the summer getting his kitchen tent going. Meals often came pre-made from local businesses, but on the nights Bradbury was cooking, he aimed for the atmosphere of a family barbecue, grilling burgers, or, on a memorable occasion, donated salmon with chilies and citrus. Julia Riddle marvels at Bradbury's temperament, given what he's experienced. What are the chances I would just be angry and bitter, they said. I'd never want to cook a meal for a stranger ever again. Crab may have been a small oasis, but elsewhere, the situation was worsening. The nearby encampment on East Hastings, where tents spread for blocks along the sidewalk, had become the scene of fires and overdoses, triggering frequent complaints from local businesses. In July, the city's fire chief ordered tents cleared. When police attempted to remove some in August, residents and police clashed. Police found a cache of guns in one tent. In September, an encampment resident was threatened with a gun. Against this backdrop, Ken Sim, an investment banker turned entrepreneur, was mounting a campaign to take over City Hall. A son of Chinese immigrants, Sim had launched a company providing home health care for seniors and co-founded a bagel franchise. In 2020, he helped launch a new, centrist municipal party called A Better City, pledging to run government like a company. Sim was candid about wanting to clean up Vancouver's streets, and his law and order messaging drew endorsements from Lululemon founder Chip Wilson and other business owners. It also resonated with Vancouverites weary after years of battles over disorderly encampments. Sim promised, among other things, to hire 100 police officers and 100 mental health nurses to tackle the crisis. He rode his Safer Streets campaign to victory in October of 2022. Attention turned to East Hastings encampment. Sim said it had become a safety hazard, worrying that propane tanks used by campers could explode on the sidewalk. In April of 2023, police moved in, clearing out 150 people over several days at a cost of about $400,000. The sweep was sudden, and the message was clear. You can't be here. 4 years into Canada's encampment crisis, the early crackdowns and clearances now look especially futile. The number and scale of encampments is greater than ever. In Toronto alone, some 200 can be found across the city, more than double the number from only a year ago. Advocates for the unhoused say encampments provide dignity and relatively tolerable living conditions. They also believe they save lives. Opponents say encampments create squalor and disruption, effectively surrendering valuable public space in cities. Courts are now providing some sense of direction. Last year, the regional municipality of Waterloo attempted to evict an encampment in a parking lot near a transit station. But, citing the Crab ruling, an Ontario Superior Court judge decided that the lot shouldn't be cleared because the region's shelter system didn't have enough beds. A clearance would violate Canada's constitutional rights to life, liberty, and security of person. That kind of judicial gamble hasn't always paid off, however. In Edmonton, the city's official policy has been that encampments deemed high risk, a definition that includes any camp with more than 6 people, can face immediate clearance. Late August, an activist group called the Coalition for Justice and Human Rights tried to use the Waterloo strategy, filing a lawsuit against the city claiming that the policy violates charter rights. It failed. The human rights case was dismissed this January on the grounds that the activists didn't have standing to represent park residents. In the 2 weeks following the decision, Edmonton dismantled nearly 50 encampments without notice in what lawyer Chris Wiebe, who represents the coalition, called a scorched earth response. Weeks after that, federal housing advocate Marie-Josée Houle released her long-awaited report on the country's encampment crisis. Houle has for years been an activist on housing issues and in 2022 was appointed by then Housing Minister Ahmed Hussen to the role of federal housing advocate, charged with investigating responses to the housing crisis. Her recent report calls for a national encampment response plan by summer, and she's come down firmly in favor of the view that forced evictions violate charter rights, as well as rights to housing under international human rights laws that Canada is a signatory to, including the United Nations International Covenant on Social, Economic, and Cultural Rights. She also makes the case that the sheer scale of the emergency means Canadians must start reimagining how we think about encampments and the people who live in them. I grew up in a Canada where we didn't have visible encampments, she says. When I started working on encampments, I was thinking, is the Canadian landscape going to be rife with something like a bunch of refugee camps? The thing is, they're already here. Rather than migrants displaced by war or natural disaster, she likens Canada's encampment residents to economic refugees, internally displaced by an acute cost of living crisis and a housing shortage. She also notes that refugee camps are supposed to be temporary, but of course, they can last for years, as long as the emergency that creates them and Canada's affordability problems appear only to be worsening. Some leaders immediately dismissed Houle's report, including Alberta Premier Danielle Smith. "We're going to ignore her because, quite frankly, she's wrong," she told reporters in February. "It is not dignified for our vulnerable population to be victimized in these encampments. They're being run by criminal gangs. They're victimized not only by their addiction, but also violence, sexual assault, and we're not going to put up with that." But Houle believes that a gentler approach can balance the needs of the unhoused with very real concerns about the proliferation of encampments and the maintenance of clean, orderly public space, and she thinks these strategies are gaining traction. In London, Ontario, where the number of encampments reached more than 100 last fall, tents now spread all along the leafy shores of the Thames River as it weaves through the city's downtown. Last summer, City Council voted to set up 4 service depots along the river, providing bottled water, meal kits, socks, soap, garage bags, garbage bags, and other essentials. The program ran until the fall and is expected to return this year as part of a more robust encampment strategy. In Halifax, the aggressive evictions of 2021 have given way to a more nuanced approach that seems to recognize the indefinite nature of the encampments. In 2022, the city designated portions of some city parks as a sanctioned encampment sites and provided toilets, water storage, and garbage collection. It is also one of a growing number of cities nationwide creating pallet villages of tiny modular shelters with access to municipal services. The rollout hasn't been seamless. There are not nearly enough spaces, and some neighborhoods have strongly resisted them. There have also been criticisms that by formalizing encampments, they will start to seem like a normal part of Canada's modern cityscapes. Of course, they already are. Leilani Farah is a Canadian lawyer and a former UN Special Rapporteur to the right to housing. Ultimately, she says, encampments are not a long-term solution. But she argues that the current crisis is not just a product of post-COVID economic strain, but decades of chronic underinvestment in housing and social supports. We have to understand that our economy is producing homelessness, she says. As long as that's the case, Canadian society owes something to those left out. That means ensuring places like Crab Park meet the same humanitarian standards as any refugee camp. This idea isn't addressed in the recent court orders prohibiting encampment evictions, which include no provisions for governments to uphold living standards. Once again, Crab Park's residents are attempting to forge a path forward. In December, BC Human Rights Tribunal agreed to hear a complaint that the city had failed to provide showers, accessible washrooms, and electricity. Vancouver Deputy City Manager Sandra Singh countered that porta potties and other infrastructure previously provided by the city had been vandalized. The ongoing case is yet another volley in the debate over what is owed to people displaced by economic disaster. As of now, most amenities in places like Crab are still provided by donors, volunteers, and residents themselves. That fact was underlined on a cold, snowy morning this January, when a group of volunteers appeared at the entrance to the park with armloads of 2x4s and other construction materials. They intended to replace a leaky, makeshift shelter, held together by tarps, with a semi-permanent structure. Somehow, the city got wind of the plan, and 8 park rangers were waiting for the volunteers when they arrived around 11 a.m. The two sides squared off, the activists represented by Fiona York, a support worker who's spent years in shelters and drop-in centers in the downtown east side. The Rangers insisted. The Rangers insisted that building a structure of any kind in a park was illegal. I'm sorry, excuse me. The Rangers insisted that building a structure of any kind in a park was illegal. York called Julia Riddle, who challenged the Rangers over the phone to produce the section of bylaw that prohibited it. The two sides quoted legal technicalities back and forth for nearly an hour, with some fire department guidelines and housing memos thrown in. The debate circled the same arguments so many times it veered into philosophical territory. What is a shelter? What makes one temporary rather than permanent? Does the definition shift under more than a foot of snow? Ultimately, although the bylaw was ambiguous, the Rangers prevailed. This April, the city's park board unanimously voted to change the park's control bylaw. Pallets, fencing, plywood, insulation, and drywall are all now explicitly banned. The amendment also gave park rangers the power to take away tents that aren't consistently occupied. Alexandra Flynn, the UBC housing researcher and lawyer, has said the changes could open the door to a constitutional challenge. The Crab Park encampment was showing its age by late this winter. Over nearly 3 years, it had weathered multiple eviction attempts, a judicial review, an election landslide, 3 harsh winters, 572 police calls, and countless waves of new arrivals. As spring weather brought mud and rain, damaged tents lay flattened. Near the entrance, a wreath memorialized a beloved longtime resident, Mohawk, who died of a suspected overdose in late January. In March, residents nervously awaited the next test. The park board had announced a cleanup. It planned to temporarily relocate residents up the hill in the park to make way for bulldozers to clear the sheltering area, which would then be covered in a bed of gravel. The city said health and safety hazards like needles and feces ruled out a resident-led cleanup. As moving day approached, stress wore on everyone, and small arguments erupted here and there. On March 25th, blue fences separated the sheltering area from the hill. Outreach workers with clipboards stood on the sidelines as rangers surrounded one tent at a time, telling occupants to leave. Dave Bradbury struggled in his tent to get his shoes on as park rangers hovered outside. He had slept barely 3 hours, having spent most of the previous night working with other residents to haul the overdose prevention tent, kitchen tent, and hundreds of pounds of cooking supplies up the hillside to save them from demolition. He even managed to rescue several mini-fridges and the gas-powered grill he cooked on. By morning, his back was in agony, and he still had his own belongings to pack. At the same time, Carrie Bamberger was beginning to panic. Ever since she'd put her name to the judicial review, she'd felt a tremendous weight of responsibility, as if the fate of the camp were riding on her. She worried it would be lost, and with it the precedent it had set. As more than a dozen park rangers and police surrounded her, Bamberger remained inside her tent for hours, shouting at them between sobs to stay back. She ended up being among the last to leave. Deputy City Manager Sandra Singh said that when residents returned, they would be provided with new tents, water, and snacks. But the arrangement would also come with a fresh set of rules created specifically for Crab Park. Everyone would be allowed a 10 by 10 foot plot. Propane and generators would be prohibited due to the risk of fire. The camp would also not be allowed to grow. The park board decided that only intended users, occupants already known to park rangers as residents, would be allowed back. No one else could move in. In early April, a few days behind schedule, the first campers returned to the newly graveled sheltering area. Parking barriers demarcated each plot, and the entire place resembled a fence-off parking lot more than a park. Only 16 people claimed pre-approved spots. The rest would have to find shelter elsewhere. Some of the campers who returned said park rangers also prohibited mattresses due to fire risk. Sleeping pads would have to suffice. That morning, Dave Bradbury stood on the park's hillside, surveying the scene as a cold wind swept in from the harbor. 2 affable-looking social workers from BC Housing approached. They told him there was a room at the Savoy, a downtown single-room occupancy hotel. It was large enough for Bradbury and his partner, J.R., whom he'd met at the park. It had an older clientele and was less chaotic than many buildings. They would need to conduct interviews with BC Housing to get in, but it sounded like almost a sure thing. Bradbury was torn. He was tired, and stable housing was hard to pass up. But moving into the Savoy would mean giving up his kitchen, and he worried about the impact on the camp. Cooking had brought stability into his life and to the people around him. He wondered who, if not him, would clean the dishes. It's amazing how much work goes on that you don't really notice unless you're a part of it, he said. His decision was clinched, he says, when a city staffer promised the kitchen would go on. The city would even provide more supplies, including camp stoves and a new food storage container. So, Bradbury decided to leave. However, Fiona York alleges that days after Bradbury decamped, park rangers threw out everything, including the countertops, tables, chairs, and even his spice rack. None of the new equipment promised has yet appeared. Within weeks, the encampment at Crab Park had returned to a form of stability, though much diminished in size. From a distance, a passenger on one of the cruise ships that docked near the park would be forgiven for mistaking it for a pleasant municipal campground. Bradbury's kitchen tent itself lay crumpled in a heap on the peninsula's westernmost corner, a chill breeze blowing through its open, tattered flap. Elsewhere, the city is still playing whack-a-mole with encampments, including a resurgent Oppenheimer Park camp, which was cleared again by police in January. Crab remains protected, but according to Singh, the city hopes to find shelter for all its residents by autumn. In mid-April, as the last of Vancouver's spring cherry blossoms fell, Carrie Bamberger stood and stared across the waters of Bird Inlet. Her shoulders were slumped, a hood pulled tight over her head. "I'm leaving too," she said. Man. A story like that just cuts through my heart. I think it's easy for someone like me and for many others to get lost in a sea of statistics, to see homelessness in the abstract, to understand it as unjust, but to still live in a state of detachment. We forget that these are real people. That these are real people going through a real event. And that it is only by the grace of God that we are not where they are. That reality and our reality is separated by the thinnest of margins. That when I see something, when I see that 60% of my society is living paycheck to paycheck, I see that this is something that could happen to any one of us at any time. And that all it would take is the smallest of disasters, something utterly out of our control, for us to fall into such situations. And to see that the response from our rulers and from our system is so contemptible, is so disgraceful. It only convinces me further that this system must be overthrown. It cannot be reformed. That the leaders it is generating and the economic outcomes it is generating are completely corrupt and cannot be saved. Well, turning to the chat. Dead Avatar 2.0. You look like you're a first-time commenter, but it also looks like you commented quite a long time ago. Please tell me what you think about the Ukraine war. Is there any difference with the 2003 invasion of Iraq? Dead Avatar, before I get into that, could you do me a big favor and just let me know if you're still here? I talk about that subject often, and I don't think I need to belabor that point with my regulars. But I will happily do so for a first-time commenter. So please let me know if you're still here. And if you are, then I will answer your question gladly. Thank you for being here. Yeah, CH, Julia Riddle. I love it when lawyers use their skills for good and not evil. Wait, there's an Oppenheimer Park named for the A-bomb inventor. Maybe spend money on housing and not nukes. Mr. Moon says, do we need any more evidence that capitalism is a species of fascism? Or worse, that fascism is a species of capitalism? Mr. Moon continues, capitalism is radically evil. There is no debate to be had. No point even speaking to people who want to defend it. Might as well defend torture. Though I guess people do that as well. No excuse, really. Some people just suck. I'm losing faith in humanity. So, on that point, it is not humanity that you are losing faith in. It's perhaps the idea that humans have... humans claim to have free will. Well, humans will act in accordance with their system. That they don't want to acknowledge that their environment dictates much of their behavior. And if the environment that we have created for ourselves is capitalism, then the outcomes will be capitalistic. And the only way to avoid that outcome is to struggle meaningfully against it. But you can't struggle meaningfully against something if you don't acknowledge it exists, you don't think it's affecting you, or you don't see it as a problem. That what we need to lose faith in is not humanity, but capitalism. That humanity has within it the capacity to do magnificent things, to do powerful things, to do incredible things for itself and its environment. But it's been chained. It's been captured. It's been captured by a system of capital that grinds everything down. Ground everything down. for profit. And what does it profit a man if he gains the world but loses his soul? Transylvanian writes, people don't intrinsically just suck. They are indoctrinated from birth, conditioned by education and media to normalize that sort of thing. Because getting people to accept it as normal, that other human beings are treated like this, benefits capital. Joe writes, why is this allowed to go on? What's wrong with society? Never mind. We know what it is. Compton writes, they gotta just house these people at the landlord's inconvenient. Yeah. I don't know why we care what landlords think any longer. Transylvanian writes, here's a crazy idea. How about we just give these people houses? You know how China got rid of the problem of millions of people living in rundown shacks without access to infrastructure? They built modern housing, and then, get this, they just gave it to them. They didn't force anyone to move out of their old homes. They just said, here's a brand new apartment with all the amenities of modern life. Feel free to move into it, if and when you feel like it. Mr. Moon writes, imagine being a park ranger. Your job is to be a fascist now. An activist here in Australia has created a list of all the abandoned properties. So people can, you know. Yes, God Almighty indeed. Joe writes, but we can't. Basic provisions for all people is bad. We must compete and innovate to further investment, and invest creates jobs, which... And then 3 throwing up emojis. Yes, I respect that. CH writes, Canada needs Japan and Korea-style capsule hotels. At this point, literally anything. Yeah, and Transylvanian responds, why? Does Canada not have enough land all of the sudden? Are they so tight on space they can't build actual homes or apartments? Why would it be necessary to cram people in capsules like animals? Isaac writes, many immigrants abroad are being told by Canada that Canada is a wonderful country to immigrate to. Compton writes, what the fuck are we even doing? Anti-Ragul over on Twitch, please let me know if you're still in the chat, my man. I'll answer that question. I think that you were probably the same fellow from before, because that's the same exact question. Please let me know if you're still here, okay? And I'll definitely answer that question. 60% of Canada living paycheck to paycheck don't have $500 to deal with a car problem or a family or pet emergency. Yeah, more of us will be on this trajectory unless it's radically altered. CH writes, my niece and her partner, who's very well employed, love their dog and are scared to go on hikes in case he breaks a leg. They don't have $5,000 to treat a broken pet leg. That's what it costs in Ontario. Yeah, it's not humanity, it's capitalism. Shitlibs, neocons, psychopaths like Nazis and Zionists, evangelicals, and other hate cultists. These are well-defined enemies, and you have well-defined friends. Syndicalists, Greens, anarchists, feminists are all commie-adjacent. Befriend a few. If Putin and Xi succeed in making jihads also commie-adjacent, watch out. Remember, in Russia and China, Muslims supported the commies. People want to live in highly concentrated housing. College dorms are for many people the best time of their lives. I'm more or less of the opinion that anything counts. That the thing that makes this all so shocking, right? And I've said it time and time again, and I'll continue to say it on this podcast. We are not even trying to solve these problems. That's what makes it so shocking. That we are not even trying and failing. We are simply not trying. That these problems are overtaking us, and the system of capital is doing everything it can to ensure that the problem gets worse at a rapid rate. And the reason the central reason for why all of that is the case is because we are living in a project of extraction and abandonment. They don't want to invest in solutions. They're not interested in it. They don't care if you're homeless. They don't care if you're poor. They don't care if you're working 3 jobs and you still can't pay the rent. They don't care. BlackRock, Vanguard, 6th Street, the Democrats, the Republicans, the conservatives, the liberals, Bill Gates, Bezos, Musk, David Thompson, the Irvings, they don't care. All they want is money. They worship money. And if you have to be homeless, and if you have to eat the bugs, and if you have to work 3 jobs in order to barely pay your rent, and if you have to scrape by so that they can make a single dollar, that's fine by them. They don't care. CH writes, in other countries like Mexico, Brazil, Cuba, China, India, South Africa, I think honestly, the society is really still trying to be better. And I think that that is true, CH. I think that one of the things that I've really noticed, and I see it all the time whenever I get on TikTok or anything, is there is a strong desire amongst other nations to improve themselves. Like, I wasn't really going to show these videos, but I might as well while I'm talking about it. I have been seeing videos coming out of China that are simply astounding. Like, simply astounding. Let's see if I can do this without destroying anything. Do this without...
China investing
So sorry, everybody. So sorry. That was bad. I know that the people listening at home can't see this, but I can just read this aloud as it goes on, and people can see it. China is investing $600 billion to dig a grand canal in the desert to bring water from Tibet to Xinjiang. This is the equivalent of the project volume of 8 South water diversion projects. The problem of desertification in the Northwest will be completely improved. China's Super Water Conservancy Plan, Hongqi River Tibetan Water Inflow Project. They plan to start from the Brahmaputra River. Water is transported along the edge of the Tibetan Plateau to the desert areas of Xinjiang. The entire project is 3,800 miles long, an equivalent of building another Yangtze River, expected to transfer $2.1 trillion to 2.1 trillion water. Just lots of fucking water. I'm losing the thread because it's quite quick. Like, that's a major infrastructure program. That's a major infrastructure plan. And you can just see over and over and over again, China has these enormous, massive infrastructure projects. Things that we used to kind of do. Things that we used to kind of do. Like, we used to build the Empire State Building. We used to build the Hoover Dam. We used to do these things. Well, why did we stop? Because it doesn't profit capitalists. Building the Hoover Dam does not profit capitalists. It doesn't make them money. Moreover, these capitalists are completely disincentivized to actually invest any money in any project at all, to do anything. That's the reason why we are in decay. We are in this massive decay because all of our wealth and all of our prosperity is being hoovered up into a small handful of complete and total psychopaths who have completely detached themselves from reality. And if we actually stand in front of them and say, you no longer get to do that, they will simply leave. Which, incidentally, I'm of the opinion that that is for the best. I'm not one of these people that sits there and goes, oh no, the capitalists will leave. Good, I hope they leave. That's the best outcome for them. That's the absolute best outcome for them. Because I'm more or less of the opinion that we should be arresting them. Kevin, good to see you, my man. Sewer socialism in America was one of the greatest periods. Big projects that massively improved society. Well, and a big reason why a lot of that actually happened was because we just increased taxes. Right? We just increased taxes on them. We have a fellow over on Twitch, Utah Raptor. Burj Khalifa is not capitalism. I'm not actually sure what Burj Khalifa is. I don't know everything. So if you could clarify what you're referring to, maybe I do know and I'm just not understanding. Thank you. Yeah, smash the like button, says Kevin. Good opportunity, guys, to say like, share, subscribe. Hit the bells, hit the whistles. If you would like to donate to support the work that I do here, please do so at patreon.com/thecanadiancommie. If you are listening on a podcast, you can find me and join the chat here at thecanadiancommie.com. Oh, is this just Sable Wolf again? He got banned once, and then it's coming back. Well, Burj Khalifa, literally the biggest building in the world. Oh, okay. Like, where is it? Yeah, I don't know what a skyscraper has to do with capitalism or socialism, yeah. Oh, Dubai. Yeah. Like, Dubai, a techno-capitalist hellscape. Oh, yes. Where they built a giant building, but it has no sewer systems, so they've got to port out feces in trucks. Yeah, probably built with Indian and South Asian slaves. Yeah, absolutely. To me, if you ask me, CH, the real struggle that we're truly facing is that we have systematically eliminated compassion and empathy from our systems. And we've done so systematically. That we don't teach empathy, we don't teach compassion, we don't teach basic principles like sharing, we don't teach attempting to see the world in from another person's perspective, right? We actively distill that out of our education systems. The assault against the humanities is easily one of the worst things that we've ever done. Punishing people who have pursued the humanities is so obvious. Like, it's so obvious that we have systematically removed basic empathy. And for goodness sakes, for years and years, if not decades, it was STEM, science, technology, education, math. And very, very recently, they finally capitulated and added an A for the arts, STEAM. But the only reason they did that is because they went, oh yeah, I guess we need creative people to come up with ideas to do in the first place. And so they are starting to return to the arts, but only insofar as it generates people who can come up with ideas to generate profits. So concepts like empathy and compassion are just not even in the wheelhouse. They're just not even in the conversation at all. And what it's doing is it's creating a society that worships selfishness, that worships the self, that I am an individual and all I am here to do is individualize my own individualism. And if I have to individualize my individualism by getting in the way of other individuals, well, then that's just Darwinism. That's just survival of the fittest. It is a psychotic worldview, but you see it everywhere. The Kardashians are like this. The entire political system is exactly like this. For God's sakes, like Mark Zuckerberg outright in front of all of us in a movie, no less, actively betrayed someone. Straight out pulled out a fucking dagger and just drove it into the back of one of his friends so that he could gain power for himself. Right? We watched him do it. We know that he did it. No consequences. What's the lesson? Betray everyone around you. That's the lesson. Like, we put in movies like... We see movies like The Wolf of Wall Street. And the big takeaway is... What a hero. What a great way... That's how you get power. That's how you do it. Right there. That guy. The Wolf of Wall Street. That's not a cautionary tale. Right? That's not an indictment and a critique of American society. No. That's a blueprint. That's a blueprint. That's what that is. So the moment you distill out empathy and compassion from the conversation, which we have done systematically and systemically, your society is basically doomed. DM over on Twitch, good to see you. Breaking news today. Trudeau took his enormous private jet to the G7 meeting about climate change. This month he's flown to Europe twice, burning over 144,000 kilograms of fuel, creating more carbon emissions than a medium-sized city does in a year. He goes around the world for photo ops while you use paper straws. Yeah, I mean, Trudeau is... he's phony. That's all. He's just a phony. He's just a floofy haircut. He's just the front man for Capital. That's all he's ever been. Right? Like, it's not even hypocritical anymore. It's just straight up, like, he's obviously a fraud. Yet Trump's Kardashians, housewives of whatever city, decadence, obscene luxury, bought with blood and earlier deaths of slave wage working classes. You bet. What you got to do, if you want to, the world's tough. The world's a hard place, and what you got to do is you've got to individualize your individualism. You are the author of your own fate, and if you don't take hold and take responsibility for the crimes of capital, because they won't. Yeah, Jesse Einsberg was more villainous in The Social Network than Lex Luthor in Batman v Superman. Yeah. Look, this is the reason why they can't successfully do a Superman movie in the modern American climate. Lex Luthor is a billionaire. He's a villain. But he's not a villain because he's kooky or crazy like Einsberg did in that stupid movie. He's a criminal because he's a corporate billionaire. He's just a corporate billionaire. So you know how you should portray him? You should portray him as very smart and very clever and very well put together. Wise even. You should present Lex Luthor as being very suave, charismatic, likable, right? And just have him make decisions that are completely psychopathic, because that's perfectly in line with American culture. Like, if I was the director of a Superman movie, I would actively be trying to make Lex Luthor as likable as possible. I would actively be making him like suave, sophisticated, stylish, sexy, intelligent, right? projecting an aura of philanthropy, really make the case that Lex Luthor is actually like the best that an American corporate CEO could possibly be, and then just have him poison water supplies and be like, yeah, then they'll need to buy water from me. Oh, and incidentally, it's all being done completely legally. What are you going to do, Superman? Where's your ethos now? Like, that's absolutely what I would be doing if I was making a Superman movie. I would be putting a corporate CEO, Lex Luthor, in front of Superman, who does all of the evil, nefarious shit that a corporate CEO does within the confines of the law, and literally just have him be like, what are you going to do, Superman? And then you know what I would have Superman do? Crush his head. And credits. That's what I would do. Like, I literally would have Superman lead an insurrection. That's what I would do for a modern Superman movie. Like, you want to make Superman the most important cultural figure in America again? He would lead an insurrection, and he would galvanize the people and overthrow the government. That's what he would do. And he would say outright, the system is corrupt. There's nothing left here. This isn't legal. This is barbarism. Yet the Joker is still a villain because he will just burn a huge pile of $1 trillion. He's practically a forensic accountant. True villains of capitalism. Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly, though. Like, I'm actually really looking forward to the Joker sequel. That I'm really looking forward to. Just because they've made absolutely bold decisions. Just absolutely bold decisions. They've got Lady Gaga in there playing Harley Quinn, and the thing's going to be a musical. That is absolutely that is absolutely just like bold, strong decisions. Like, really, like, they are reaching out and they're grabbing hold of something. And given how good the last Joker was, right? Given how good the last Joker was, I feel like they're going to really grab hold of it. CH writes, yes, that's a great take on Luthor. He should be at least as likable as Tony Stark, but then an actual capitalist. I mean, Tony Stark was an actual capitalist, right? Like, Tony Stark as a figure is completely pro-America corporate propaganda, right? Like, Tony Stark is an arms dealer. Like, straight up. He's an arms dealer. He's a weapons manufacturer. That's who Tony Stark is. Like, Tony Stark is nakedly and very obviously propaganda for the arms, for the military-industrial complex. Right? He essentially is a private military force. Yeah. No, I think that you could write into the script exactly that line that you just wrote there, Transylvanian. I don't support what Lex Luthor did, but Superman just went too far. Need to have civility. Said by a person funded by Lex Luthor. For sure. Like, I think that we should throw liberals under the bus, too. Right? Like, corporate fascists and liberals should be considered the same. They're allies. They're partners. And that line that you just wrote right there should go into the script. And we should understand that the people who say that are evil. Like, that Goebbels would write that. Like, that's a Goebbels line. Kevin writes, the left almost certainly needs to be involved in spreading its propaganda in mainstream entertainment. People are so distracted by media. Putting out propaganda in mainstream movies might change people's minds more than blatant propaganda. But the thing is that the system understands this. Like, the system, it used to not really get the concept of propaganda, but Goebbels was very educational for the capitalist class, and Goebbels taught them a lot. And so it's very difficult now to allow any kind of left-wing media. And it's got the system of capital has gotten so hyper aware and so hypersensitive to this kind of thing. Like, you're not going to even see Star Trek again. Like, it's not going to allow that sort of thing. And the only time it does allow that kind of media to be made is if the final point that it can funnel you into is essentially liberalism, right? That if the final point of, like, a revolutionary group of people who are coming together to fight against a dark, evil empire is essentially just a bunch of liberals. In the 1950s, before Warner Brothers even owned DC Comics, DC was heavily attacked, being left-wing, pro-gay, decadent, etc. Well, I mean, just take a look at the X-Men. Like, that's not DC, it's Marvel, but take a look at the X-Men, right? Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba, 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 ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Like, pretty explicitly, like, an allegory for the civil rights movement, loaded with bisexual characters and lesbians, gay people, people of color, just absolutely constantly dealing with issues of, like, racial segregation. It's just constant. What's so stupid is there's been this resurgence. They did, like, an X-Men 97, and the stories that they told were essentially, like, the same. You know? Like, the stories haven't evolved because the society hasn't evolved. We're caught in a cultural feedback loop where we're just constantly dealing with the same thing over and over again because we refuse to grow up. We refuse to grow as a people. And when you refuse to grow, you just get caught in loops. It's like people who refuse to deal with their trauma. They're just kind of caught in a loop, and they just stay emotionally. Like, we've all met somebody who is 50 but is emotionally 12, right? We've all met that person, right? Because they've experienced these massive traumas and they refuse to grow up. Well, it's the same for us. Like, as a people, we've just experienced these massive traumas, and we keep inflicting massive traumas on ourselves, and so we refuse to grow up. And so when we make anything, it's essentially the same thing that we made 30 years ago, right? And you can really, really see that when we did this X-Men 97 thing. And I watched a bit of it, and I was just like, yeah, this is the same. Like, this is the same stuff. People are losing their minds about it. They're like, oh my god, these stories, oh my god, it's just woke and on the pro level. Like, did you literally, like, go back and watch the original stuff? Like, go right ahead. And it's like when Neil Gaiman did The Sandman, right? There's like a bunch of characters in The Sandman that are, like, explicitly trans, in the Netflix special, that are, like, explicitly trans and, like, gay. Like, it's very straightforward. And everybody's like, oh, Neil Gaiman's gone woke. And he released a statement where he just literally was like, fuck right off. Go read the original. Go read the shit that I wrote in the 80s and the 90s. Go right ahead. What are you going to see? You're going to see a bunch of explicitly trans and gay people. I haven't gone woke. You're just too stupid. Yeah, which studio is going to finance those movies? That's right. Like, it reminds me what Julia Louis-Dreyfus actually recently said in an interview. She said, I actually made a meme of it. I'm going to bring it up. I'm going to bring the meme up. I don't really spread the meme around because, like, she's a rich woman. Like, she's rich, so who cares what she thinks, right? And, but I loved the... Come on. It wasn't that far back, was it? Oh, geez. This is like a really far... Really, really far back. Really, really far back. It wasn't this far back. Come on. Come on. Holding up the show, Jonathan. Here you go. When I hear people starting to complain about political correctness, that's a red flag. The true threat to art and the creation of art is the consolidation of wealth and power. Yeah. Fuck yeah, Julia. Just nailing it. Comrade Julia. Yeah, VFRO, I mean, like, Luke Liberal Walker, Top Gun 2, Indiana Jones 5, Star Wars 27, and soon Lethal Weapon 5. Yeah, it's a cultural feedback loop. We're not being permitted to grow. and we're not being permitted to put forward into the consciousness in any kind of meaningful way anything that's new. I really noticed there was a show that I watched on Netflix called BoJack Horseman, right? We're all familiar with BoJack Horseman, right? This was a show that could have been on the air for 30 years. I thought that they had really caught lightning in a bottle. And everyone involved in the project was saying, let's make more, let's keep going. And not only that, BoJack Horseman was like #1 on Netflix. So it was making money, right? So it was popular. Everyone involved wanted to keep making it. The audience wanted to continue seeing more. They canceled it. Why? Because in its what ended up being its final season, it began portraying billionaires as psychopaths. And it began stating explicit, not just a character being like, the problem is capitalism. It began illustrating the issues of capitalism and had a character that was commenting on it. Capitalists are going to destroy everything in front of them and are refusing to allow the culture to grow up, because for someone to grow up, they have to be able to look back at their past with a critical eye. Like, we've all had these moments where something pops up in our consciousness, a memory pops up in our consciousness. You're literally sitting there washing the dishes, and all of a sudden you're like, hey, remember that thing that you did when you were 12? And you're like, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Well, you shouldn't feel bad about those moments. Because the fact that you feel bad about a memory of yourself doing something stupid is a sign that you have grown, that you've evolved, that you've changed, that you are now in a position where you can recognize that that was not appropriate or that was not a good thing to do. Right? You've grown. Congratulations. Suffer. But we refuse to do that as a culture. We're supposed to look back on our past and say, wow, what a great, powerful, strong people we are. We're so amazing and cool. We're so incredible and awesome. Nothing to criticize here. Make America great again. Right? That's what we're supposed to do. So if you're acting that way about yourself, you're certainly not going to grow up. And if you're acting that way as a culture, your culture can't mature. You can't grow up. And people keep referring to Andor, but I'm very skeptical. My feeling is that the end of Andor is going to be very, like, it's going to go, basically, is what I expect. That they're willing to tell this, like, revolutionary fight the empire story, but the end result is just going to be like classic liberalism. Like, I'm going to kill 300 men to get to the final villain, but I won't kill the final villain, and that makes me a good guy. Sure. Neil Gaiman had hilarious answers. Yeah, Neil told one whiner that he cast Death of the Endless as a black girl just to piss that one whiner off and was satisfied with the result. Yeah, I actually thought that Neil Gaiman did race swapping the way you're supposed to. Like, my big complaint with the way Disney has done that kind of thing in the past is that it's always just tacked on. It's always just like this tack-on thing, so it's obviously pandering. Right? It's just done to just be like, and there's the gay character, so gay people will come and watch. Look, gays, give us your money, gays. Right? It has that kind of tone to it. Whereas I think that there is a very valid and respectable reason to do gender swapping. And that's really to illustrate that most of the time it doesn't foundationally change the nature of the character, right? Like, he changed a bunch of characters. The assistant to Sandman, he changed to a black woman from a white man. There was a couple of others that are not immediately springing to mind. And my general opinion of him was like, yeah, cool. Like, ultimately, it's his work. He can do what he likes with it. Oh, yeah, for God's sakes, Constantine. Constantine. In the books, Constantine is a man, right? John Constantine. Keanu Reeves did a movie about him, right? Well, John Constantine features in The Sandman, and they changed him to a woman. And you know what it changed? Nothing. Exact same character. Right? It's like... And that's the whole point. That's the reason why you want to do it. Is to really illustrate, like... Oh, you know, like these stories don't really change that much. And you still end up with a powerful story and a strong story. And it, like, it thwarts the expectation of the viewer. Because the viewer anticipates that doing so will somehow change the story, that somehow that'll be different, and it's not. And what that means, of course, is that it's the viewer that needs to change, and that's what makes that so fascinating and so interesting, right? And it's especially good when the viewer expects it to fail. Or it expects it to be weaker somehow. And then it's just not. It's just not. That's what makes it really interesting. Yeah, many of these same chud-ass coomers play as female characters in their video games. Yeah, I mean, I just don't think it matters at all. Like, that's what's so funny. Like, because we're a culture that refuses to grow up, what we've ended up with is a bunch of grown-ass men who are essentially going, but girls have cooties? Like, that's really the truth. That all of this, like, and you can really, really see it anytime they try to go after the trans population. All they really end up doing is showing everybody how misogynist they are. And how hateful they are towards women. Like the movie Lady Ballers that the Daily Wire did. They did this. It was supposed to be like an Adam Sandler-esque story about a group of men who decide to pretend like they're women in order to compete with women and defeat them in basketball, right? Which is just like... So your protagonists are essentially the most nefarious dickbags alive. And we're all supposed to, like, go along with that? Okay, cool. But the entire movie is, like, the makers of the movie, men, are just completely shitting on women the whole time. Like, to the point where you're like, oh, yeah, these guys hate women. Like, they think women should be subservient and should be slaves for sure. Like, it's really, really clear, even in the things that they say. Like literally sitting a little girl down and being like, you know, women are good at cooking and cleaning, you know, just like the most overtly misogynist shit that could be said, and they just keep doing it because they can't help themselves because they're losers, right? They're just these children that never actually grew up, that refuse to even attempt to take the position of another person, right? Like that's the beating heart of compassion and empathy. The beating heart of compassion and empathy is being able to step into the perspective of another person. While not necessarily agreeing with everything that they have done or everything that they do, or you don't need to love them, but to be able to put yourself in their perspective and see the world from the perspective that they have. That's the goal. That's the objective with empathy. That's why the golden rule includes love your neighbor as yourself, right? Attempt to see the world through their perspective and through their eyes. And it's something that's helped me quite greatly in this work that I do, I feel. And it's helped me escape a lot of traps that have existed in the society. And I'll acknowledge that I have definitely, as a young man myself, in my life have fallen prey to the traps that exist in the society. But the thing that helps me get out of them, more often than not, is that when I hear... So Jordan Peterson, I think, is a really great example. Jordan Peterson shows up, and initially he seems kind of innocuous. Well, but then I hear people really shitting on him. And the people who are shitting on him are like trans people, people of color. And so I kind of take their position and take their perspective and then listen to Peterson. And I immediately go, oh, fuck. Yeah, this guy's a problem. This is actually really fucked up. And honestly, once I found out that Peterson was lying about C16, I was just like, oh, this guy's a fraud. Like, the thing that made him popular, the thing where he's like, if they arrest me, I'll go on a hunger strike. If they find me, I won't pay it. If they find me, I won't pay it. And if they arrest me, I'll go on a hunger strike. I will not abide by these free speech. Well, okay. Somebody recently went to the Canadian Senate and was like, could one be arrested because of this law? And they just looked at him and said, no. And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. So Peterson's a fraud. A fraud of the highest order. Like, you don't get more fraudulent than Jordan Peterson. Yeah, my favorite TikTok trend is these macho dads doing hilarious girly stuff with their daughters, like tea parties with stuffed animals. That's just awesome. It's just like wholesome. You know what I mean? Like this is the funniest thing about the whole thing, right? Is that fundamentally what these guys are actually scared of is a man wearing a dress. That's it. That they're literally, their whole worldview is so pathetic and so weak and so childish that if a man puts on a dress, it has an effect on their worldview. Like really, really think about that for a second, right? Really imagine one of the people you really look up to, right? One of the people who you're really sitting there being like, this guy, anything this guy says, I'm going to follow and I'm going to listen to. Now, imagine that guy believing that you are less than somehow because the piece of cloth that you put on your legs, instead of it being 2 tubes on your legs, it's a cylinder. And that's enough to change their worldview. That's pathetic. That's pathetic. And that's essentially every single right-wing pundit that you listen to today. That's how pathetic these people are. That's how weak the American ethos is. Like, that's your Ben Shapiro's, that's your Jordan Peterson's, that's your Matt Walsh's, that's your Steven Crowder's, right? Like, these guys are losers of the highest order. Who gives a shit at all? I can't imagine caring. I can't imagine caring. Yeah, the media panders to whites by default. Why is even bad pandering to other groups a problem? Just, I find it weird that we aren't even remotely bothered by pandering. I mean, pandering annoys me in movies. That's what it is. Look, my background is theater, okay? I know how the sausage is made. I know how these things get made, right? And I just want to see some good fucking movies. I'm so sick and tired of all this bullshit that's out there. I'm so sick and tired of the panderverse and all this shit. It's just annoying. You know what I really want to see? Straight up. What I really, really want to see? I want to see a student film made by some 17-year-old. That's what I want to see. I want to see some crazy dumb shit. There's this girl on TikTok that I follow whose name it's not jumping to my head right away. And that bothers me because I really should remember her name. She's 17, and every single time she comes up on my feed, her work, she's putting together little short films is what she's doing. She's got little short films that are about 2-3 minutes long, and it's not just her talking into the video. It's like a little short film that she's put together, and they're always like schizophrenic and occult and nuts, and she comes off as absolutely crazy, but I'm pretty sure she's aware of it. I hope. But like the last video she did, it was her summoning a snake spirit. That then then they ended up getting married. Yeah, and it was great. It was great. I was just like, I was confused, I was baffled, I was amused. It was wonderful. I laughed, I cried. Also, I have not heard one person ever complain that Cisco or Mariner? Who's Mariner? I'm blanking on that one. Were black Star Trek leads. Oh yeah, Cisco being a black lead was actually a big deal. It was actually a big deal. And I actually thought that Cisco did like a really... There's really amazing episodes. That character was actually a really good character, dude. You want to talk about a character that they did dirty. You definitely want to talk about Janeway. They did Janeway so fucking dirty, dude. I remember I was mad when I was a kid. I was mad when I was angry. I was mad when I was little, watching that. I saw Janeway, and I was just like, dude, they are totally fucking this person over, man. What a total fuck over. Like the whole time. And it's years on, and it's years later that you go back and you take a look at like the making of and all this, and you really realize, because the entire time that they were doing this, they were trying to really play up the fact that she was a woman. And they were like, sure, she's a starship captain, but she's a woman. So what was her womanhood make her do? And you know what? And you know how they wrote her? As irrational. That's how they wrote her. It was a bunch of straight white men writing a woman, and they ended up writing an irrational lunatic who did crazy shit all the fucking time and would make decisions and then get talked out of it by a straight man. Constantly. Like, if you ask me, like, Voyager stands as, like, even the people who are trying to advance the society, even the people who are working within a framework of living in, like, a future society, are still completely trapped within their own patriarchal frameworks, within their own frameworks of misogyny. Because the reason why Janeway fails as a character is because she's being written by a bunch of misogynists. She's just like a terrifyingly terrible character who has no backbone, has no spine, has no perspective, and most of the time, her solution to problems is to fucking self-destruct the ship. She does crazy shit all the time, and she's constantly just like from the hip all the fucking time. There's a 0% chance that she would be a starship captain. There's a 0% chance that she would be a starship captain. And if you ask me, they did that actress super fucking dirty. They did that actress super fucking dirty, dude. She was a great actress. She did great with the material that she had, and anytime I've seen her in anything, I've always thought, man, what a great performance she put in, man. That's great. They just totally did her dirty, man. Like Cisco, at least they gave him like meat. They gave him like he had episodes. There's one episode where at the end of it, he's like confessing to a recording. It's like Captain's log, and he's like doing the log, and they're doing like a flashback style episode, and the end of the episode is him confessing that he killed a bunch of people and he doesn't feel bad about it, and then he deletes the log, and you're just like, fuck yeah, Cisco. And you're sitting there being like, that's a war crime, Cisco, but I'm with you, my man. like dark, for Star Trek especially, like dark shit. And like no, dude, look, you really want to get down on the Voyager path with me, CH? You want to act as a Janeway apologist? Okay, look. Janeway was kind of extreme, but the crew situation was totally extreme. No, but here's the thing. What pissed me off the most, how they treated Janeway isn't even the thing that pissed me off the most. Here's the thing that pisses me off about Voyager the most. They set this whole thing up so that half the crew is a group of terrorists, the Maquis, right, who are literally like marauding rebels fighting against the Federation. And then on the other side, you've got the Federation. And they're forced into circumstances where they need to work. Where's the coup episode? Where's the episode where the Maquis overthrow the ship and there's a big thing? You know what they did? They had one episode. Literally one episode. Literally one episode where they they had one episode where like the Maquis and the Federation were like grumble at each other. And then something happened and they were all just like, well, we worked together through it. So let's just continuously work together. Like, what are you talking about? Make Chakotay, who, by the way, is an extremely racist character. Chakotay is unbelievably racist as a character, bro. Like, oh, the only First Nations guy on the crew is telling her you need to have like a spirit animal journey. It is time to find your animality. Like, just pretty brutal, honestly. But it's fine. It's fine. The Klingons are a representation of black culture through the white lens. So Star Trek is not immune, right? They could have taken the character of Chakotay and had him constantly plotting and planning against Janeway and have events occur on the ship where he's trying to undercut her support and trying to get in the position of power to take over, to eventually jettison her, right? And they could have written an episode where literally Chakotay does something and then the blame gets put on somebody else. Like, there's all kinds of things that they could have done to actually make that whole story intriguing and interesting, and they just didn't. They just fucking didn't. It was lame ass. It was lame as shit. Yeah, Janeway joined the Maquis. Yeah, right. That's what I'm talking about. It's just like, oh, she joined the Maquis? We'll never discuss it again. Shut up. It's annoying. It's just bad writing. Right? It's just bad writing. Where there's a reason why they needed to bring in like 7 of 9. There's a reason why they were like, you know what this show needs? A hot woman in a skin-tight catsuit. How do we justify that? Borg? Great. Right? And they just and like all of the characters on the show sucked. Tom Perry sucked. Kim sucked. They were boring. Right? They just were boring. They had no personality. They had nothing going on. Kes was boring. Her whole personality was I'm nice. Like and the only character that had any actual like personality and that was even remotely interesting was like that. Because he was annoying, which is, what's his name? The cook guy, right? Well, I forget his name offhand. But, like, his personality trait is that he's annoying. And everybody finds him annoying. But they just kind of tolerate him because he's well-meaning. Like, if I was in the writer's room, I'd be like, it's a bad idea to write a character whose personality trait is annoying. Like, the Doctor is the best character because the Doctor actually has a meaningful perspective. And the Doctor actually has an arc. And the Doctor actually has something to grow into and something to do. Right? That makes him a very interesting character. Right? Like, they created these circumstances for all of these people to have these incredible stories in like a Lost at Sea kind of style. And they just didn't do any of them. They literally did nothing. Every story is just its own kind of contained thing, and every story is actually pretty fucking boring. Like, he's the only pure logic character who isn't conflicted at all about being better than humans. This is just it. Like, Data is actually peak Star Trek writing, right? And most of these other characters, like the Doctor, or Seven of Nine, right? And you can see it even in modern Star Trek writing, have echoes of Data, where they're trying to catch that lightning in a bottle again, because Data is an extremely strong character. He has his own perspective, his own personality, his own objectives, his own hopes, his own aspirations, his own dreams, and he has major hurdles to overcome in order to get any of those. And while he's doing all of that, the most amazing part about Data as a character is that you can put him in almost any situation and just have him say, "Why are humans acting this way?" And you end up with a really great scene where the character he's asked that to is in a position where they have to explain human behavior to him. And while they're explaining human behavior to him, and he's misunderstanding it or trying to come to terms with it, they're really explaining to a young audience what is happening in the life around them. And so it ends up being this extremely powerful teaching tool. And the real strength of Star Trek as a franchise, and Star Trek The Next Generation was the apex of this, is that they would take strong positions on social issues and then defend those positions. And you just don't see that shit anymore. Right? Going back to how our media has calcified and how it's kind of dying. And it's because, like, why was Barbie so popular? It wasn't just because it was a colorful film, which it was, fair enough. But it's because it took a strong position on a social issue and it defended it. I make the argument that it didn't defend it very well because I think that the director wasn't permitted to fully make her case. Mattel, I think, pulled back her leash too much, and that really undercut her point in many ways. There's a reason why the villain of the piece, who is Ken, ends up getting all the accolades, because he never had the leash pulled on him, and Barbie was never a character in her own film because of it. But at least they were taking a strong position on a social issue and defending it. You never see this anymore. What was the last film? Like, for this is not rhetorical. I'm genuinely asking because I'd like to see it. I'd like to see the film. What is the last film that you've seen that actually takes a strong position on a social issue and defends it? Joker comes to mind. Mental illness, right? Most films that come out today are literally just proto-fascist propaganda, essentially saying we should bend the knee to powerful people to resolve problems on our behalf, right? That's essentially superhero shit. That, like, superheroes have no projects, have no ideas, they don't improve the society. The society itself is assumed to be as good as it can possibly be, and that superheroes only show up to deal with some kind of externalized threat, right? So they train us as the viewer to accept this narrative of there's an external threat, weapons of mass destruction. We got to be the good guys and go over there and do good guy stuff. Right? That's what superhero movies do. The Q and Borg are wrapped with amazing writing skill in Picard Season 2. Oh, maybe I'll actually watch Picard Season 2. I was extremely disappointed with the first season of Picard. Because of this very issue that I'm talking about. Like, to me, what made Star Trek incredible? What makes Star Trek incredible, and truly something that I think is worth really continuously bringing forward, is that they take strong issues on social issues and defend them. And the first season of Picard really was just like, hey, remember that episode of Star Trek where they had a discussion about whether or not Data was sentient? Let's do that. Just a whole season of that. Okay. Like, because the thing that really makes Star Trek beautiful is that it breaks from the mold of capitalist realism. That at its center, it says that we can overcome capitalism, that we can move beyond capitalism. It explicitly says so. There's like a whole episode that's literally about that very subject. And so it's something that says we can break away from capitalist realism, and that starts to decay, and it decays with Deep Space Nine. Deep Space Nine starts to decay back into capitalist realism, and then Voyager is just so out in left field that they just don't even need to deal with the subject, right? Voyager is just straight up like Lost in Space shit. And then they do Star Trek Enterprise, which was bad. Just bad. Like, kind of just like a series of clumsy adventures. And then Star Trek Discovery is also just kind of like a series of clumsy adventures where the writers don't have faith in the subject. They don't have faith in the premise of the piece, and they themselves, the writers themselves are caught within the sphere of capitalist realism, and so they can't actually perceive anything outside of capitalism, and so everything they're writing is just completely tainted with this concept of capitalist realism, and how all things eventually just return to the natural, quote unquote, natural state of capital. Although the Klingons were really cool in Star Trek Discovery. They looked really, really awesome. Barbie was surprisingly real. I'd recommend it to anyone. Good film, not just good for a fantasy franchise. Well, and of course, the industry is going to take exactly the wrong lesson, right? They're gonna take exactly the wrong lesson from Barbie, and we're just gonna end up with a bunch of like extended toy commercials. Is what we're gonna end up with. Like, they're gonna do like Strawberry Shortcake and like Pocket Polly, right? The Uno movie, the Magic 8-Ball movie. Like, we're just gonna get a bunch of movies based on toys, and they're gonna be superficial and stupid and not actually do the thing that Barbie did, which was take a strong social stance and defend it. DS9 presents the Ferengi as having a function. I view it as dangest. No. Deep Space Nine was a very clear regression. It was a regression back towards capitalist realism, right? Because they didn't need to... like, the apex of progress in Deep Space Nine is forming a union, right? That's what progress looks like in Deep Space Nine. So capitalism stays intact, but they're willing to acknowledge that you have to unionize. And we have got a fellow over on Twitch saying, never forget, brother. Never forget, brother. Damn, lots of ads. Is that you or Twitch? It's Twitch, dude. If I want to be part of the affiliate program, that's just what it is. And they're not giving me any warnings that that's happening, so I got to dig into the... Thanks for that comment, by the way, mate, because I was actually a bit unsure if those ads were even happening, because they don't happen on my end. And so I'm going to look into... I'm going to get under the hood and at least get a warning sent my way when it's about to happen, so that I can be like, oh, ad about to happen over on Twitch. So I can, like, prepare. You know what I mean? Because a part of the reason why the ads suck is because they're jarring. Where I'm like, and I'll tell you what the point is. The entire point that I'm trying to make is do 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 do. Make sure you wipe your ass with poopy ass wipes. Do 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 do. And that's what I think about that. Well, moving on. That's what makes the ads annoying. So I just gotta get a little warning sent my way when it's happening. Thanks for that comment, bro. I appreciate it. Bound is just like, clip it. Kevin's been clipping a lot of that shit recently. Somebody's been clipping it. Mariner gets hooked on Ferengi TV and ignores her mission. Lower Decks shows us the Ferengi gone planet. That's quite a criticism of capitalism. Oh, Lower Decks, the cartoon, yeah. Nobody paid attention to the cartoon. Like, I don't think that Star Trek is ever going to come back to its former glory. Like, you know what the problem I have with a lot of the modern Star Trek stuff is there's absolutely no dignity. There's just no dignity in it at all. Like, you go and you watch some of the best Star Trek out there is the movies, the Star Trek, the original series movies. The first one, not so much, because I think they were just trying to find their feet. They didn't really know what they were doing. But you get into like the third, fourth, fifth one, there's some really, 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 really mature, powerful, strong conversations that are being presented to us in a very serious way. Like, the moment that's really jumping to my mind is I believe it's Star Trek V, where the moon of Kronos implodes because they overmined it, and this has created an economic crisis throughout the Klingon Empire, and so the Klingon Empire is negotiating peace, or seeks to negotiate peace because they're in the midst of a war. Remembering, of course, that in Star Trek 3, a Klingon killed Kirk's son. And so Kirk and Spock have an incredibly powerful conversation that I think is actually just absolutely beautifully acted by both of them about whether or not to allow the Klingon Empire into the Federation, whether or not to seek peace with the Klingons. And the line that really drove it all home was that Spock says, in the way that Leonard Nimoy would say, they're dying, Jim. And Kirk looks back at Spock and says, let them die. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good shit. Not only is that good writing, that's good acting. And really powerful stuff that I've never seen anything like that. Like the Star Trek remakes. Let's play Beastie Boys while they blow up a bunch of stuff. It's made for babies. Like, it's childish. None of the people who were in that movie, none of the characters rather, because the actors are doing what they can with the material, and they should. You know, they're just doing the job. But the characters, none of them would be on that ship. No way would Starfleet look at Kirk or Spock or any of these guys and be like, yeah, you should be the head of a starship for sure. This makes good, clean sense. Yeah. Not only should you be the head of a starship, you should be the head of the flagship. You should be the one that goes out into the outer reaches of space and does first contact meetings. For sure. Remember that moment when Spock literally abandoned Kirk on an ice planet? Serious and mature writing, absolutely. Like, and that's more or less like they're just. I just feel like I've been watching Star Trek get plundered. They've just been like putting Star Trek in front of me and being like, "Hey, remember Star Trek? Yeah." I do remember Star Trek. I remember when it was actually Star Trek. Yeah, Let Them Die, followed immediately with Kirk. Yeah, followed immediately, and that's a good observation there. Immediately with Kirk realizing he might be the barrier to peace. Right? That's what makes the scene so mature. That Spock actually, it leads Kirk to that realization by having him come to that confession. It's a very, very powerful scene. And I just the maturity of Star Trek. You go back and watch the original series too, and there's a lot of wonky shit in it, sure, because they're just trying to find their feet. But like, it was a show that was trying to take itself seriously and was trying to present something serious. And then Star Trek: The Next Generation, because of that groundwork, was really able to present something that was actually serious and that was actually presented in a serious manner. And they had some really fantastic, phenomenal episodes right away. Right away, they had phenomenal episodes that made some really, really powerful statements about, like, what is sentience? What is a sentient being? What are life forms? Maybe we should care about something just because we don't understand the language that it speaks or the method by which it experiences reality. That doesn't mean that we should dismiss it or denigrate it. That there are many different types of life and many different types of life forms that exist in the universe, and that we should seek to explore and study and act in a way that is without interference and peacefully. Like, the existence of the Prime Directive, itself, the Prime Directive itself is a absolutely radical theory. Really think about what's going on in the world today. Really think about what's happening in the world today and how America views itself and what America believes and how it acts in the world. And then ask yourself, what's the Prime Directive? The Prime Directive is to not interfere. That we are to not interfere with the development of other cultures. It's an absolutely radical idea when you have the American ethos at the helm. And the American ethos is very much, we're great, everyone should be like us. It's just an absolute inversion of the Prime Directive. Yeah, the Abram movies, like, I think that there's some good performances, like you point out, Pike and McCoy, right? Like, and don't get me wrong, I thought that the Chris Pines, I thought that he was great. I thought that he did I thought they cast that very well, right? I thought that it was very well cast. The script sucked ass. It's a terrible script, right? Like, I don't know why they keep giving Abrams these franchises to ruin, because he just ruins them, right? He's terrible. Like, just absolutely brutal. Like, what Abrams has really shown everybody is that he wasn't the brain trust in Lost. That Lost was being helmed by other people. That he was probably just there to be like, well, what about this idea? And people will be like, interesting thought. Maybe we should temper that a little bit. Yeah, okay. But like, Abrams is not. I don't think Abrams is actually genuinely committed to anything. Right? Like, I'd be surprised to find out that he even watched any Star Trek before he did that movie. He probably just had some conversations with some nerds. It was just like, yeah, Kirk, he's gun on the hip. Bazoom, bazinga. Lower Decks is far better on AIs. There's a data center full of evil AIs in racks. Yeah, kind of reflects the attitude of the American military, maybe. You bet. Okay, guys. I feel like Voyager was probably the last decent one. Discovery just shoves LGBTQ stuff down your throat. I don't mind that. Like, dealing with, like, Star Trek always dealt with, like, the first interracial kiss happened on Star Trek. Like identity politics stuff has always been present in Star Trek, and because Star Trek is a sci-fi show, they can. But like the reason why you make this kind of comment, or Discovery just shoves LGBTQ stuff down your throat, it's not the LGBTQ stuff. It's that it's so clumsily done. That's the problem, right? Like the problem is that they're just. It's so obvious that you can see that there's someone in the room who is just saying, make them gay. Like, that's it. So you don't get a really great episode that is trying to deal with LGBTQ episodes or LGBTQ issues in a way that's genuine or sincere or serious, or that really even understands its audience, that really takes the position that says, hey, there's going to be people that are against LGBTQ stuff. The point of this episode should be to grab that person and bring them through a story that leads them to the point of acceptance. That's the whole point of these stories, is to change the perspective of the viewer. But most of the time, these studios are just wagging their finger at you. So when they do this stuff, it's not being done in a manner that is good storytelling. It's being done in a way that really condescends to you. And it's so clumsy and artificial and non-believable that it just feels forced and frustrating, because they're using LGBTQ people as a token, as something they can lord over the viewer, which is annoying and frustrating from the viewing perspective. Doubly so if you are not necessarily an ally to the LGBTQ community. Which is why I always kind of say, like, I think that there's two really good ways to go about having LGBTQ characters in your show, right? One, make an episode that's about this issue beginning from the perspective that the viewer doesn't accept it, right? Start from that perspective and then build an episode that pulls the viewer in towards acceptance, where you come to have sympathy and you come to have that feeling of like, oh God, I really see this perspective now, and in the hopes that that's going to change their mind or soften their heart. That's one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is to just have a character who is, and just like have them be like, yeah, I'm going out on a date, and then, oh, here's my date, and it's another woman. They're a woman, and then there's another woman, and they're like, okay, bye. And the other character is just like, okay, bye. And it's not like, don't have the camera linger on them for 30 seconds. Don't have the other character be like, whoa! Oh, whoa! The way that they do, in the most annoying way possible, right? God, is that annoying. That nothing annoys me more in modern cinema and modern movies, when it's like they have a character who is gay, right? And an astute viewer might suspect that's the case based on signals and casting and all this. But the characters around, it's not explicitly stated. And then they'll have that moment where, like, the gay man will be like, okay, I'm going out for a date. And they walk, and then it's another man. And then all the other characters, like, look at the camera and they do this thing where they're like, and then they all look at each other and they're all like, and it's like they all have like shocked faces of like, whoa, and it just drains credibility right out of the room and just makes everything just like, ugh. Like, the reaction from the characters in your show should be one of normality and banality. That the gay character, the man says, I'm going out on a date. Another man enters, and they say, farewell, I'm going on the date, and all of the other characters go, enjoy your date, thanks for coming, and they leave, and then they go about their business, and that's the whole interaction. And it's normal, and it's completely straight, and nobody winks, nudge, little pause, look into the camera. None of that. Get rid of it. I have seen really, really well done shows and really, really well done cinema and really, really well done theater that just crash into the side of a wall because they really felt the need to pause everything and put a little plant on it and look out to the audience and say, by the way, it's okay to be gay. Fuck you. Fuck you. So fucking irritating. So fucking annoying. One of the most powerful pieces of media that I have ever experienced along these lines, it isn't about LGBTQ stuff. It's about feminism more. But it's the video game Super Metroid. When I was a kid, I played Super Metroid, and I was playing as Samus. And the whole time, Samus is a character that is in power armor. Right? You only really catch a look of the person inside by a very faint glimmer through their visor at one point. So you only really see a little bit of eyes. But so you can't really tell what they look like. And the whole time you're playing the game, you project yourself onto characters. They become your avatar, right? And so you are the one that is playing this game, but you're playing as the character of Samus, right? And so I go through this entire game doing that as a kid, just projecting myself onto this character, existing in this world as myself. And then at the end of the game, spoilers, at the end of the game, your power suit explodes, right? That there's the energy happens and your power suit explodes, and it's revealed that Samus is a woman. And I'm going to be, that was a moment for me as a young man where I was just like, I've been playing as a girl the whole time. I've been playing as a girl the whole time. And it just like, and they didn't look into the camera and say, you've been playing as a girl the whole time. They didn't have a moment where Samus was like, I'm a girl. It literally was just like the suit exploded and she revealed and her hair flew back and her form was female. And then it faded out, and that was the end of the whole thing. And as a young man, it just was like so like the dawning realization. And nobody was pandering me, nobody was condescending to me, nobody was talking down to me, nobody was shitting on me, nobody was treating me badly. It was just you had an assumption, and that assumption was wrong. And look what it actually is. And I will tell you that moment was a moment of realization for myself of like my perception of what women are and what they are capable of changed without a doubt. And so when I watch media where they try to do something similar, but then they pause and they really like put a point on it and like really make it a thing. Hey, you know that character who you've been liking this whole time? Turns out he was gay. Don't you feel stupid? Fuck you. Do your reveal and walk the fuck off. Don't smugly look into the camera and tell me I'm an asshole for the assumptions that I held. Just agonizingly painful. Agonizingly painful to watch. Just crash and burn. Just your entire point lit up on a spike. And not only like horrible in regards to its impact, it's also counterintuitive. Because the real bigots, the real fucking bigots in the conversation, just get further entrenched in their bigotry. And are just like, oh, you fucking assholes. You guys are enemies. Fuck you. That's what happens. That instead of it being like, oh, she's a girl? Oh. It's, oh, she's a girl and they're telling me I'm a villain. Fuck you. Get that trash out of our media. Get that trash out of our media as fast as possible. It's so fucking irritating. Like, ugh. Stop condescending to us. Like, there's literal children in the conversation. Like, there's literally children in the conversation. And a lot of those children are bigots. Because children be as they be. Like, it's just as it is. You think you're going to win hearts and mind by condescending to them? No. And incidentally, pandering looks like condescension. It's so fucking irritating, dude. Oh man, I'm really going off on a tangent about this, but it's just like, goddamn. God damn. It's just the worst. And and what frustrates me the most is the betrayal of the art itself. Like, forget about the social aspect of it and the social issue of it. It's a betrayal of the art itself. You want to put on a show, you want to do some theater, right? You want to tell a story? Well, when you do this shit, you betray storytelling. It's fucking annoying. Ugh. Yeah, Samus is revealed as a truly hot babe in the end. Yeah, but no big deal is made of it, right? Which increases its power, which makes it even stronger, which just says, like, oh, she was a woman. Moving on. And just that resonance, just the strength of that statement. You don't need to do anything else. Ugh. I don't know about this, CH. Yeah, that's a great power of video games in particular. Lara Croft was a breakthrough for that. Basically, you couldn't play Indiana Jones yet, so you shrugged and played Lara. Lara Croft is very sexualized. Like, Lara Croft is very much like, you know what boys like? Tits and ass. That's what boys like. And you know what? Here's the hard truth, kids. Boys do like tits and ass. They do. They really do like tits and ass. Then there's just no, you're just not getting around it. It's just true. Right? So, I'm not necessarily in favor of the exploitation of that reality in order to sell video games to children, but, Vfro writes, Alien did it well too. It had a female protagonist and a hero that just went with it. No bullshit, no cheesy or melodramatic political cues. It even got away with topping it off with that swearing towards the AI computer. Yeah, I think you're right. Like, Alien did do a really great job. Like, the protagonist was female, and the movie itself didn't ever look at us and say, "Can you believe the protagonist is female?" It just was. It just was the case. You know, like, it's just this extremely annoying thing that our culture seems incapable of getting over. Like, it just needs to look directly in the camera and be like, "Can you believe she's gay?" And I'm like, yes, I can believe that. It just... Oh, dude, if you want truly toxic and abusive chat, go to World of Tanks. Lots of real military and 12-year-olds in there. Ugh. It's pretty telling that a lot of our video games are like, pick up a gun and shoot a guy. Like, pretty... honestly, dude, like, when I was a kid, when I was a younger man, I really kind of poo-pooed this whole, like, violence in video games, you're just being a square, man, all of this kind of stuff. But, like, now things have gotten really specific, if you understand what I mean. Like, when I was a kid, Mortal Kombat violence was like, you hit a guy and he blew up into bones, and the bones didn't really make any sense. They were just a bunch of, like, gray blobs, really, and, like, a skull that you could kind of make out. Or, like, there'd be a skeleton, but it was all very pixelized and digitized, and it all happened kind of so fast. Like, you knock a guy's head off, but really it was just, like, a pixel thing, and, like, red paint would go everywhere. It's like the mildest... It was like cartoon violence, really. it was cartoonified in a lot of ways. It's like watching Bugs Bunny, like blow up, right? Like it's like not a it's in that same territory. Now Mortal Kombat games are like anatomically accurate and like extra correct, and everything that they're doing is like really they slow everything down, and everything's really specific, and there's a lot of like, you can tell that they've done a lot of work to ensure that everything is painstakingly accurate and that you see literally everything. Like, it's too much. It's just too much for me. I can't play these games. Like, I can't play Doom, the modern iterations of Doom. Like, you go back and play like the older versions of Doom, and you're like, yeah, you're like shooting demons, and yeah, they like explode or blow up, and it's like, but it's cartoonish. There's like a cartoonification of everything, and so it exists in sort of, the violence exists in an abstract sort of sense. But the modern stuff is like, not only is it specific, like when you just shoot a creature to death, you like, he goes through like a death rattle and like dies in a very like believable kind of a way. But in order to get health and ammo in Doom, and the whole game is structured around this, there's what I think it's called glory kill that you have to do, where the enemy will flash yellow, and then you hit a special button, and then you kill the enemy in like a melee combat where you like tear them apart in front of the screen, and it's specific and it's grotesque, and it's just too fucking much, dude. Like, it is just like, oh yeah, like this is not, like, back when I was a kid, it was all about like, kids are gonna get desensitized to violence, and I really thought to myself, nah, like, this is cartoon. This is cartoonification. Like, this is not really violence. Like, this is different than what is existent in reality, right? And we know. Well, video games are getting closer and closer to what reality looks like. Like, and it's, and even as somebody who for a long time was like kind of an advocate for like, yeah, video game violence, whatever, it's just getting to be like, ooh, like, you want to talk about desensitization. Yeah, I genuinely think that now is the time to be making that argument, right? Making that argument when the violence is just like Bugs Bunny blowing up a cigar in some guy's face, essentially. Like, that's not really believable or credible. But now when I'm watching some of this shit, I'm like, oh yeah, like, I can't imagine ever looking at any of this stuff and being like fine with it. That's what's concerning to me, is like, I don't think we should get fine with this stuff. I don't think that we should watch this stuff and be like we're literally creating grotesque violence porn as entertainment. And it's just like, it's just one step too far. It's just too much. And I think there's also this, right? Every video game these days is urban infantry combat. I mean, the most popular video game online today is Call of Duty, right? And it's pushing a gun craze. Gun ownership for people under 35 is skyrocketing. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that's true. And like, creating like the most, and rewarding the most vicious type of mindset, right? And the CH writes, Lara Croft 1.0 is shaped like a Cybertruck. I'm not sure who found those triangles attractive. Little boys. Like, when you're like first going through puberty, dude, and like, back when I was a kid, we had something called imagination. In Civilization 3, infamously, Gandhi was prone to nuking everyone. It became a meme. Yeah, it was a bug in the code. Or, not a bug, but it was Gandhi's setting for nukes was 0. So they intended to give Gandhi 0% chance to nuke. But then there was something that would happen, and I forget what the trigger was, but there was something that would happen that would lower everyone's likelihood to drop nukes. But because Gandhi was already at 0, it flipped over to the highest level, And so suddenly Gandhi would just be like, nukes, 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 because while everyone else's proclivity for nuking dropped, his flipped over to be the highest possible. And and so it was just like, and because it was so weird, like Gandhi, they've kept it. So that now when you play the most recent iterations of Civilization, Gandhi will like nuke the shit out of people. Yeah. Yeah. Breeding children for the war machine to join in on future genocides of people of their own socioeconomic ilk. Blech. Okay, guys, we're well over. I'm going to call it. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to my Patreons. If you want to donate, please donate to www.patreon.com/thecanadiancommie. It would make me feel good about myself. And always remember, guys, each and every one of you is a quantum being, walking around in quantum energy. These billionaires are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in the hopes you'll never realize it. You'll just stay the good little commodity they need you to be. Rebel. Revolt. Repent. Good luck. We're going to need it.